sound, eh? We're going to make a mute. Yeah. So, then mute. And focus. So what me? Who bring us on? Nice. Bring us on. Bring us on. Oh. Sitoki hapa ila uwezo wako. Baba naomba kubarikiwa nawe. Sitoki hapa nami usiponibariki. Baba
Junior language, okay? Junior sign language interpretation.
alipo Bwana, alipo Bwana, alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, alipo Bwana, alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Yeye ni Mungu wa majeshi, vita vikiguma ananipigania. Ameshinda vita vyote. Alipo huyu Bwana, mimi nimeshinda. Alipo huyu Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, alipo Bwana, alipo Bwana, alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, alipo Mwokozi wangu. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Jehova Shalom, amani yangu, amenipa amani yake inayopita ufahamu wote. Alipo Jehova Shalom, amani ni tele. Alipo Jehova Shalom, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, alipo Mwokozi. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, alipo Mwokozi wangu. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Jehova Rafa, ponyaji wangu, aliponya magonjwa yote. Alituma neno, mimi nikapona. Alipo Jehova Rafa, mimi nimepona. Alipo Jehova Rafa, yote yawezekana. Alipo Jehova, alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Mwokozi. Alipo Bwana, yote yawezekana. Alipo Bwana. Moyo wangu sana
Good morning, ladies and the few gentlemen in the house. Yes, they usually call us, those of us who come to these meetings that are more for gender, call us women. And we accept so much. My name is Mwita from CMD-Kenya. We would like to start this conversation because I know most of you have a program. We are 8 minutes late and we have quite a number of people online following us, hundreds and hundreds of young people and women who want to really feel this particular conversation and how we are going about it. It is unfortunate that we could not for the physical meeting because of the usual reasons, you know, the COVID-19 and the protocols that we had to observe. I will not be introducing you because there are people online that you cannot introduce and they are part of this meeting. So we'll go straight to the program. And I want to thank you all for accepting our invitation to be here for this important conversation. I want to thank our colleagues and other stakeholders who are online following through this conversation. I want to thank our member parties represented here. All of you, we are grateful for you. But allow me to convey my apology, the apologies from our chair, Senator Pshiro Halake, who was not able to be here, and also the Executive Director, Frank, who is out of town. But we have their blessings and willingness that we continue this conversation. To our facilitator, Madam Roslyn Odede, whom you know is our friend, a friend of political parties. Thank you so much for being here. And definitely our moderator, Ms. Victoria Rubadiri, who is with us here, will be going through and be moderating the session. We thank you all. We have a rapporteur, Mercy. Thank you so much for being here. And the sign language interpreter for purposes of inclusion and ensuring that everybody follows this conversation. But I wanted to say 2 or 3 things before I give this mic to Vicky to continue the rest of the program. But we all accept that currently our discourse, our national discourse, is centered around the BBI process. And the BBI report has recommended many things: constitutional amendment, legislative changes, policy and administrative changes. And as a core constituents in this country, as the women of Kenya, we must take part in these conversations, especially in shaping the way forward. If you look back in history, this has always been the case. There is no moment that the women of this country have not been at the center of any conversation, including the 2010 constitutional change. And it is because of that that we made some small gains, some strides that increased the level of women's representation at every level of leadership, public leadership. So even this one is an opportunity for us to engage in this conversation. And I want to tell you this, that we are not here to say no or endorse the BBI thing. No, that is not the mandate of CMD-Kenya. We are here to have a conversation. There are different voices currently on. There are people who are saying, implement the constitution, tekeleza katiba, kwanza. There There are people who are saying, no. Linda Katiba. But as a democracy building organization, we must listen to all voices. They have a right to be heard. So that's why we are here today. We want to have a conversation on what opportunities does the BBI recommendations offer to the women of Kenya. When you look at the 2010 constitution, there are gains that were made for women. But equally, in terms of implementation, we have been struggling. If you look at the 2/3 gender principle, we have not been able to have it in parliament. So what kind of recommendations do we have currently in the current report? How progressive are they? How progressive are they in terms of gender equality and inclusion? Are they blowing back the gains that we got as women, myself included? Or are they blowing back and giving us something so that at the end of the day, we are at the same level? It's a zero-sum game. That is the conversation we are here to have today. We need to really look at the whole issue of the not more than 2/3 gender principle in parliament. Why has it been very difficult to have it actualized? And what are the proposals here? Remember, this is a political process, and we have to be very politically selfish as women. You remember Article 27 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 guaranteed equality. So what new thing are we seeing here coming on board? We need to ask ourselves those questions. There are also proposals to political parties to ensure that the lists they submit to the IEBC meet the not more than 2/3 gender principle. This was also there in the Political Parties Act 2011. So what accountability mechanisms are being proposed now that will guarantee that level of accountability on the part of political parties? There is the issue of the violence against women in politics. It's a big problem in this country, but least talked about. Do we have any area that we're seeing that being articulated? So there are a number of issues that we want to look at within a very short time, so that at the end of the day, we can be able to leave this place happy and knowing that the women agenda is either well captured in the BBI recommendations or is not. So we are going to have that conversation, and I want to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to be open to that. We are lucky we'll be joined by, and I have seen some of them, the policymakers, our members of parliament are here, who will actually be taking part, participating here as panelists, which is very good. And of course, very senior women leaders from political parties and other organizations. We are happy to have you here. And for people who are in online, following this conversation via virtual platforms, please make sure that you post your comments, your questions, and the moderator will be able to pick them and be able to present them to the right panelist or right desk for response. I want to thank you so much and leave it at this point. But before I welcome the moderator to come and take over and proceed with the program, I have seen the members of the steering committee in the absence of the chair. Then I will request one of them to come here and briefly speak and declare the meeting officially open. Once you finish, Madam Veronica, please pass the mic to Vicky to continue the program. I thank you so much and welcome.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. My name is Veronica Waidera Wamaina. I come from Murang'a. That is my first county. I live in Nairobi, permanently. So we talk of ladies having more than 2, 3, or 4 counties. That is number one. I am the Democratic Party treasurer. See, women are strong. I keep their money and very safe. Nobody can deal with the coin if I don't know. In CMD, I'm the finance and establishment chair. So women, are we there? So are women strong? Are women strong? So I think in the course of time, I can see some of our board members. Can we stand, Zara? I can see you. Wave to the, my dear from wife, you know, anyway, for our protection, yes. Board members, I think the rest are joining us. This is Nairobi. I'm happy to see you. I'm happy to have you on board. And I'm sure women, even in our own houses, if you don't work well with your husbands, with your parents, women will always lead. We are not, they talk of us not being leaders, but we know we are leaders. I remember before I lost my father, I'm in a family of 5, 4 boys and I. There's nothing my father could do, any process, land or what, without involving me. He used to tell me, you are more than 4 boys. So I think with your advice, you can get very high. So women, when we are in our decision-making processes, let us not be the lesser. We are not the lesser. In fact, we tend to do better because any of these top positions where you have women, they always excel. Isn't it, women? They always excel. And before I do so many comments, I'm still a politician. I'll invite our moderator to come in front to continue with the remaining process.
Thank you so much, Veronica. One more round of applause for her. Setting the stage and Muita as well in terms of expectations. I'm not going to go deeply into that because of time. My name is Victoria Rubadiri, as was earlier said. So excited to be the moderator for this very important discussion. I can see some of our panelists already coming in. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana. And to those of you joining us online, Facebook, that's the CMD-Kenya page, welcome on the CMD-Kenya YouTube page as well, and Zoom. So as was said earlier, if you have any questions, comments, particularly for those who will be joining us on Zoom, you can use the comment section, but there's also the Q&A section in Zoom. So put your questions there that you'd want directed to any of the panelists for the day. To my co-host, I have to give her name because she's very important in this, Christine Mora. She is our sign language interpreter for those who are from our hearing impaired community. Welcome to you all. You're very important to this discussion. And of course, we look forward to your contributions throughout the day. Quick housekeeping rule for those of you who need to know the Wi-Fi information. The Wi-Fi code is HONORS, that's HHONORS, and then the password is SAFE. Very simple. Password is SAFE, S-A-F-E, those of you who are joining us physically. And if you require use of the restroom, so you'll head out of this room, you will make a left just before the lifts go down the stairs, and you'll find the restrooms there. So without further ado, because we need to get through this program quite quickly, a lot is going to be said and shared. I'd like to invite the presenter of the day, facilitator of the day, Ms. Roslyn Odede. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and council member of the Law Society of Kenya. Please, 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 let's pay attention to this portion of the program. She has very important information that will literally lay the ground for the conversation that we'll have during the panel. And just to give more insights on the BBI report and some of the elements within that concern us, 51% of the population. So we are a big number when it comes to Kenya. And she'll be taking us through why it's so important for us to understand what it means for us moving forward. Of course, this is a hybrid multi-sector meeting. We have leaders, we have various stakeholders who play in this space. So can we give a warm round of applause to Ms. Roslyn Odin.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, hamjakunywa chai. Habari zenu? Mko sawa? Mmefurahi? Are you happy to be here or are you here to be happy? And here to be happy as well. Karibuni sana. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning and to be given the honor of taking you through the draft constitutional amendment bill 2020. Which is a topical issue in Kenya today. So I'll just take you through what is in the draft bill. I will try not to impose my opinion and will upon you, but at times I think you will find I am unable to do that, but I'll try my best to just take you through that document. How much time do I have, Victoria? Thank you. Okay, so yes, we all know and understand why the BBI came about. We all remember the heavily contested elections of 2017 and the chaotic scenes that followed that. We all remember that the High Court actually nullified the presidential election result and called for a new election, which was boycotted by the ODM party, and there was a lot of tension and violence following that, so that the handshake in 2018 actually did a lot in terms of settling peace and settling the bringing calm into the country. So that was the handshake 2018. Pursuant to the handshake, the two, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga came up with the need to set a task force to look into the issues that keep bedeviling Kenya as a people. So that's how the task force was set up. They were given a 9-point agenda to look at. And I think one of the most important issues was how to restore peace, calm, and stop the contestation that we see around elections every time elections come up in Kenya. Okay, so yes, and that was the 9-point agenda. Yeah, that was the 9-point agenda that they were given. And then they actually produced a report for Kenyans in October of 2019. This report was then subjected to validation, and the steering committee was set up in January, actually just the same team as the task force, now renamed the steering committee, to take the report, task force report for validation and come up with another report. So that report was released this year in October. And then post issuing of that report in October, which had a draft bill, and had proposed administrative and policy amendments and legislative amendments. A lot of people expressed concern about some of the contents of that draft bill in the steering committee report and asked for changes to be put into the document. This was actually done, and that's why we had a new draft amendment bill produced last week. That was November of 2020. So that actually is what happened, and that document that was released last week is the document we're going to be going through this morning. Before I go into that document, maybe let me just tell you a little bit about what the referendum process would look like. Now, we all know about collection of signatures. So the first step is the collection of 1 million signatures. Sorry, that says 100. It's actually 1 million signatures. Once the 1 million signatures are collected, whoever is collecting them must deliver the draft bill plus the signatures to IEBC. IEBC then goes through a process of verifying the signatures just to see that they're exactly what they are. And people have asked, how does IEBC verify signatures? Now, IEBC is actually a repository of all our signatures and data of all registered voters. They have your name, they have your ID, and they have your correct signature. So they are able to actually carry out a verification, and it is not a manual verification, it's an online verification. So it is very accurate and correct. So IEBC should be able to do the verification accurately. Once the signatures are verified and found to be in order, then this process is remitted to the county assemblies. Now in the county assemblies, they're supposed to debate and approve this draft bill. Now the requirement is that at least more than half of the counties approve this bill. So that means at least 24 counties should approve the bill. So where 24 counties approve the bill, it is deemed to have gone through. And where 24 counties disapprove the bill, then it has failed and collapsed. And it collapses at that point and the process ends, as we saw with the Nguza Mzigo. Yes, so it collapses. And they have a time span for this, it is 3 months. So after the 3 months, the county assemblies then remit, if they approve it, they remit the draft bill with a certificate confirming that their county has sat, debated, and approved the bill to both the National Assembly and the Senate. It must be taken to both houses of parliament. And both houses must immediately start debating that bill and either approve or disapprove it. If they approve it, then they send it to the president for his assent. And upon his assent, the president is supposed to send it to IEBC and require IEBC to hold a referendum, which they must do within 90 days. They must actually complete the process within 90 days. Where Parliament does not approve it, it still goes to IEBC for a referendum so that the people can decide. So either way, whether Parliament approves it or doesn't approve it, it will move forward to a referendum. Now, at the referendum, what happens? In the referendum, at least 20% of registered voters in more than half of the counties must pass the bill. At least 20% of all registered voters in at least 24 counties must pass that bill. And beyond that, then the approval must receive a simple majority. So that is to say that if there's a referendum and 1 million people vote, as long as we have 501,000 voting for the bill, we have a simple majority. But that's not enough. Beyond that, we must have 20% of registered voters in each county supporting this bill. So there's a lot of arithmetic into it. It's not just the final tally that counts. And if we have the 20%, but we do not achieve the simple majority again, it collapses. So that's the way it goes with a referendum. And then after that, the president has 30 days to assent to the bill, sign it into law, and have it published and gazetted. So basically, that's the process we're going to see if there's a referendum. Of course, during all that time, there's going to be a lot of campaigning for the bill. Either way, whether you're yes or no, I'm sure there's going to be campaigns. So let me just take you now through the amendments. Some of them might be very boring to listen to, but let's try and just listen. So the first set of amendments relate to integration and shared prosperity. Now, Article 10 of our Constitution deals with our national values. So additional to our national values, we are adding what we call regional integration as a new Article 10A. So regional integration is being looked at like a tool to enable us to unify, not just as a people of Kenya, but with our East African neighbors and as well as our African the whole African continent neighbors. So importing this into the constitution is to give value to unity as an African people on the continent. Then we introduce also a new Article 11A, which deals with shared prosperity. And in shared prosperity, they outline ways and means to enable everyone benefit from economic development equally. So they're suggesting that steps should be taken towards protection of intellectual property rights, towards industrialization for sustainable economic development, towards promoting agriculture, pastoralism, and the blue economy, supporting small and micro enterprises, supporting the digital economy, and using science and technology in our production systems. I think we still use a lot of manual processes. Our agricultural industry is very rich in terms of developing without science and technology, but they are saying, let's try and use that as well. So those are steps towards promoting shared prosperity. And these are areas where now beyond this, we need to push for legislation and policy so that people actually benefit at the grassroots. Because if this is actually actioned properly, we can promote agriculture, we can promote small and micro enterprises, we can actually grow this economy if the proper legislation is put in place. So this Article 11 is actually a very rich one in terms of promoting our livelihoods, improving our economies, developing our communities. So I think we should be paying attention to this, especially our legislators in future in terms of just legislating and actioning this provision. Now the next amendments relate to citizen responsibilities. Now the task force report recognized that the Constitution has a Bill of Rights, and we have a lot of rights. But as citizens, we don't have any responsibilities, and yet rights attract responsibilities. So they made it a point to include in the Constitution responsibilities of citizens. And the responsibilities are pretty basic, if I may say. They're what you would do, what a decent human being would do. So one of them is to cultivate national unity by respecting our ethnic, intellectual, and cultural diversity. So I think that's a basic, decent thing a human being should do. The other thing is promote and protect the well-being of the family, include respecting your parents and your elders. Again, another decent thing any human being would do. Then they talk about practicing ethical conduct and combating corruption. I think this would be huge for Kenyans if everybody would do it, because corruption, I think, is our #1 killer in terms of just destroying everything we have set up. And then in addition to being respected by our children, we are also expected to fulfill our parental responsibilities towards our children. So it's a balance. They respect you and fulfill your parental responsibilities. Another responsibility for a citizen is to develop one's abilities and skills for your own personal advancement, but also for your community advancement. So whatever skills you have, do not retain them and be selfish with them. You have to share it with your community. Then another responsibility is to declare your income honestly and to pay your taxes as prescribed. We all try. And then there's respect for private and public property, and actually preventing wastage and misuse of public property, something that's very, very common. Mali ya umma, no one cares. And then promote the unity and dignity of Africa and her people. So I think those are just very, very basic, simple responsibilities that every Kenyan can practice without actually flouting them. Now, when it comes to the Bill of Rights in Chapter 6, in the Bill of Rights, they propose to protect personal data, the privacy of personal data. So that is proposed to be added. So your data cannot be shared, cannot be used without your authority. As for Chapter 6, they provide for effective and expeditious investigation, prosecution of cases relating to leadership and integrity, and this is mostly corruption cases. So that's there. I don't think there's much mileage there, unless the judiciary actually takes that up seriously. I don't think we even needed a constitutional provision for that. The judiciary should be giving us expeditious prosecutions. Now, when it comes to IEBC and elections, the first of the provisions they make there are sanctions for political parties that fail to comply with the 2/3 gender-based principle in their party's list, in their candidates list. So this actually requires political parties to ensure that the list of candidates, not the party list, a nomination, list of candidates is gender balanced. At least 2/3 of either gender should be there. So this is something that we who belong to political parties should insist upon in our political parties. And they need to define a way or design a way to achieve this. I know they're going to say it's an election, we've gone for party primaries, what do we do? But I like that there's now sanctions for them if they do that, if they fail to give us that kind of list. And this opens up spaces for women, if I may say so. Then it also calls for making of law for timely settling of disputes arising from the party primaries. I think that already exists in our elections. Probably they want us to highlight more and make it a constitutional requirement. Then another interesting thing is service of election petitions. Those who have tried to file election petitions and stuff will tell you how hard it is to find someone to perfect personal service after an election. I won't wait around to be served. Oh, this is better. Knowing that if I'm not served within the 14-day period, it lapses. So now they're saying you can actually serve an election petition by electronic media. It might be open to abuse as well, because this means I can serve you by WhatsApp and I can serve you by email. So it can also be abused, but at least it makes it easier to reach out and serve an election petition. Then it provides that anyone who's been president, DP, governor, deputy president, governor, or deputy governor in the preceding 5 years cannot serve as a commissioner of IEBC. Currently, it is only a member of parliament and an MCA who are barred, so they're just expanding that so that the rest of those join the group. And I think it makes good sense. IEBC also have been mandated in the amendments to ensure that the candidate lists receive are gender compliant. So it's not just the sanctioning of political parties, IEBC must also ensure that those lists are gender compliant. So I think these are some tiny but very powerful little provisions in there that can go a long way in seeing more women. Although I see an avenue for abuse of this provision, you will find that a party, let me use ODM as an example. ODM will probably give women now the seats in Muranga, where you come from, in Meru, in Embu, knowing very well how watachaguliwa sindio. And then they say the list is gender compliant. So let's be very vigilant that this is not how they attain the gender compliance when it comes to that, because that can happen. And they will just fill you in all those places where they know, list, no one is going to elect them in those places. So again, the other amendment is right now the IEBC can actually listen to electoral disputes arising from party primaries. This has been taken away so that they concentrate on planning for the election. The nomination for special seats will be based on the total number of votes and not the total number of seats. Now, this is very interesting because in the past it has been that if you have more seats, you have more vacancies to nominate. And this has actually marginalized parties who make a strong showing but don't win. Imagine a party that keeps getting a number 2 position in almost every constituency, but hawajashinda. So they will not nominate, but overall, wako na votes mingi sana, sindio? So this provision now is to change the scenario so that they look at the total number of votes gathered by the party and not the seats that are sitting in the assembly or the Senate. So I think that's going to really change the scenario going forward in terms of how many people a political party can nominate. And it will probably dilute the bigger parties who have been nominating the vacancies for nomination. A member of county assembly can now vie for parliament. There was actually a provision in the constitution that if you're an MCA, you cannot actually contest for parliament. So that has been proposed to be deleted. And then there is the increase in constituencies from 290 to 360. There are mixed reactions about this. There's so many mixed reactions about this. Some people are like, why is this being done? Why do we need extra 70 seats? How will we manage the wage bill? And there are lots of issues coming from that, but there's a proposal and our panelists will discuss that with us later, I'm certain. But yeah, that's being asked. And then IBC is required within 6 months of the passing of this draft to identify the new constituencies so that they can come into operation. Let me just quickly show you where the new ones will be distributed. Okay, so this is how the new constituencies will be distributed. We have Mombasa getting 3, Kwale 3, Kilifi 4. So the coast really gets a lot there, like 10. Mandera 1, Embu 1, Meru 2, Machakos 3, Makueni 1, Kirinyaga 1. Murang'a 1, Kiambu 6, Turkana 1, West Pokot 1, Trans Nzoia 2, Uasin Gishu 3, Nandi 1, Laikipia 1, Nakuru 5, Narok 3, Kajiado 3, Kericho 1, Bomet 2, Kakamega 2, Bungoma 3, Siaya 1, Kisumu 2, Nyamira 1, and Nairobi takes the cup with 12. Now, you will notice one, Northeastern is totally kind of marginalized in this distribution. You can see it's only Mandera with just 1 constituency proposed, and that might be a problem for that region. You will notice that we only have 28 counties represented here in a country of 47 counties. So we have 26 counties where people are definitely not very happy with this process. And I'm sure some noise will be being made. So, sorry? 20? 28, yeah, these are 28, yeah. So 26 are left out. So let me just show you what the current constitution says about review of boundaries so that when we are discussing this later, we have a clear picture of how that should happen. Now, one, in the current constitution, it is the mandate of the IEBC to review boundaries. It is their mandate. No one else can do this. So that this document purporting to have identified where they can place the constituencies is actually unconstitutional, if you ask me. Then it provides that review of boundaries should be done within 8 to 12 years, and it must be completed within 12 months before a general election. And if it's completed less than 12 months, then those constituencies do not come into play in that election. Now let's play back to what we said about the referendum process. We have a collection of signatures, which is 1 month. And then it goes to the county assemblies for 3 months. That's 4 months. Then it goes to the National Assembly and Senate, where it will probably take a month if you're very quick. It might take longer, but let's give it a month. So we are talking at 5 months already. Then it goes to the president for assent, which is another 2 weeks, half a month. Then it goes to IBC for 3 months. So we were at 5 months, we are at 8 months. Then the president has 30 days to sign it into law. So we are looking at 9. And the next general elections are in 22 August, senior. So clearly, unless things are really rushed around the referendum, these constituencies may not be seeing the light of day in 2022. But I'm sure the drafters know all this, and probably the processes will up. Maybe the county assemblies will in 1 month be able to clear this and bring it back. I don't know. But there's that balance there that might be affected. Now, in the current constitution as well, we have considerations that IBC is required to consider when distributing constituencies. And these include population quota, geographical features, the urban centers in a place, the means of communication, the community of interest that those people share, then there is historical, economic, and cultural ties. All these are very crucial in determining boundaries, constituencies, and how to review them. Now you realize that in this allocation that has been done within the draft, only population quota has been considered. So again, it is not constitutional, the manner in which it has been done, and it can be questioned. And then again, the constitution requires that all interested parties must be consulted. Now in this process, in the distribution we have been given, I don't think anyone in these constituencies was consulted. And I do not think it is only the people of these counties who ought to have been consulted. All Kenyans ought to have been consulted so that they input into a review process. So this is likely to meet a legal challenge up the road. We'll wait and see how it plays out. Now, in the National Assembly, the composition shall be 360 elected members, 4 PWDs, 2 of either gender, 2 youth of either gender, and then such number of special seat members necessary for achieving the 2/3 gender balance. This is something we've claimed for as women of Kenya. We've been asking for them to import the wording of Article 177 into Article 97, and it has finally been done. So I think this is a great, great win for the women of Kenya, even though the numbers look like they are going to be incredible. Because let's just look at this. We have 360 elected members. We have 4 PWDs, we have 2 youth, so we have 366 there outrightly. So we need at least 120 women to have a balance in this house. But remember, the 120 is if the 360 is stagnant. As soon as you increase by 100, the number moves to 400, so the balance keeps changing. So it might be up to a number of 120 people being nominated. I am so certain that out of the 360, Kenyans are not going to elect 120 women. Honorable Sabina, are they going to? Yeah, but 120 is a little, maybe we can if we decide, but, and I don't know why we can't. If we have 51% and every woman votes a woman, we could get there. But it's going to be really difficult in the current circumstances to have 120 women elected at the ballot box into parliament. So we are going to nominate quite a large number. And this is the concern Kenyans are raising. But I don't want to listen to those concerns, because for me, this is a great moment for women of Kenya, because we've been asking for Section 177 to be imported into the Constitution. I think what we should have done was retain the 290 constituencies, nominate a certain number of women so that we have a proper house. But be that as it may, let us hang on to this provision. Now, the other thing they say about this provision is it will lapse after 3 elections. This affirmative action clause will lapse after 3 elections. Now, the other members of parliament is the leader of official opposition, the AG as ex officio, and cabinet ministers not from parliament will also be there as ex officio members. Nominations into parliament, this is an interesting one, shall comprise of those who contested, and precedence shall be given to those who received the greatest votes. This opens a Pandora's box to some extent. One, what is the greatest votes? Is it pro rata or is it numerical? Because if I contested, say Makadara has over 160,000 registered voters, and then if you come down to a smaller constituency, like Eldoret West, where I come from, I think we're just 70,000 registered voters. So there's no way if my colleague goes and contests in Makadara, they'll get a greater number of votes than me if I contested in Eldoret West. So what does this greatest number of vote mean? Is it just a numerical number, or is it not explained? I hope legislation will probably make it easier for us to understand. And then the other side of the coin on this is, will I therefore just contest to lose, to be nominated? It's interesting, but of course people have been complaining about how people get nominated, the criteria used for nomination. So it's a balance, but it's a balance I think we've got to temper with legislation, I think, so that it makes that work. Otherwise it's going to be abused. I don't know, I really don't know. And then, yes, they established the position of the leader, official leader of opposition. This will be the person with the second greatest number of votes in the presidential election. And beyond that, they must also have at least 25% of the seats in the National Assembly. And this can be raised from a coalition. The Prime Minister will be appointed from the National Assembly, and it will be from the largest party or coalition partner. The Prime Minister will be the leader of government business in the Assembly and in charge of the legislative agenda. Cabinet ministers can be appointed from Parliament, and the order of precedence in Parliament in the National Assembly shall be the Speaker, Prime Minister, and then the leader of official opposition. Now you will notice in this scenario that the seat of the county MP has been done away with, which was the women rep position. 47 women representing counties has been done away with. I'd like to hear your views on that going forward. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Does it help or does it take away? So we'll hear your views on that. When it comes to Senate, the role of Senate is expanded to an extent because now they can oversight revenue collected by the counties. In the current constitution, they only oversight revenue sent to the counties from the national government. And I think this is very useful because counties collect a lot of local revenue, which is not subject to any oversight, and that's very unfortunate. Senate will have 94 members. That means each county will have 2 senators of either gender. Again, another win for women, if I may say. Then they introduce constitutionally the position of leader of majority in Senate, which shall come from the largest party, and the leader of minority, which will come from the second largest party. In the current constitution, there's something they call the leader of delegation in Senate. This arises because the Senate has the 47 elected senators, and then we have at least 17 people nominated into Senate. Now, out of these people who are nominated, you'll find that certain counties have more than one person from that county represented. So that when they are voting on matters related to counties, certain counties would be disadvantaged. So the constitution had provided that each county would have a single vote through a leader of delegation. And that's why it was there. But because now we are proposing equal representation for each county, the process of leader of delegation is done away with. Every senator will be able to vote on every issue equally. When it comes to the executive, I think everybody has heard this. It's proposed to expand the executive to include a prime minister and 2 deputy prime ministers who shall also be members of cabinet. Now, the 2 deputy prime ministers, they do not assign any functions to them. They say they will deputize the prime minister. My question has always been, then why 2? Is it sentimental? Is it just, I don't understand. What's the magic in 2? If the president has one assistant, why does this prime minister need two? Those are some questions I ask myself. That is in the draft. Cabinet secretaries are to be renamed cabinet ministers. The functions of the president are expanded to include the fact that when he addresses the nation at the State of Nation address, he must talk about the steps his government has taken to realize social and economic rights. Now, social and economic rights are very crucial. These are the rights to health, housing, water, sanitation, and a proper economic environment. So I think it's very, very crucial that we are asking him to talk to us about this at every stage of the nation, because this might enable them to be budgeting and having programs to progress these kind of areas. And these are the areas that actually affect Wanjiko at the grassroots. So I think it's very important. The National Assembly shall only vet presidential nominees where applicable. As we go ahead, you will see that National Assembly currently vets all presidential nominees, be they cabinet ministers, be they permanent secretaries, be they ambassadors, AG. But you will see as we go ahead that there is now proposed that cabinet ministers, permanent secretaries, and ambassadors shall not be subject to parliamentary vetting. They will be appointed by the president and they will take up their jobs without much ado. So we are creating a very powerful president there, a president who just appoints and there's nobody else who sanctions what he does. Now, in the current constitution as well, if a presidential running mate dies before the election stops. So now it is proposed that if that running mate dies, the elections proceed. It will only stop if the presidential candidate himself passes away. So I think the candidate will be able to appoint another running mate going forward. Currently, the time for determining the presidential election petition is 14 days, which we've all seen is normally very rushed and doesn't give people a fair hearing. This has been increased from 14 to 30 days. The Prime Minister had said what his duties are. Okay, apart from being the lead of government business in the Assembly and overseeing the legislative agenda, he shall also chair cabinet meetings and he shall also supervise the execution of functions of ministries and government departments. Now, if you look at Article 132 of the current Constitution, the power of chairing cabinet ministries, cabinet meetings, and oversighting ministries belongs to the president. Now, here it says that therefore the Prime Minister can chair as assigned by the President. But in the same Constitution, the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President. Are we going to have some sort of conflict? Is the Prime Minister superior to the Deputy President? What are we saying here when we say that the President shall assign work to the Prime Minister, work that is given to him directly in the Constitution, which for me, therefore, he should assign to his deputy when he cannot perform. I do not know whether we are going to have some power wrangles there in terms of superiority, who comes before whom. This is going to be a challenge going forward. But I think they had to give the Prime Minister some duties in the executive. So I think that's what that's trying to do. Now, how is a Prime Minister to be appointed? The amendments propose that within 7 days of the President being sworn in, he must nominate somebody for the position of Prime Minister from the National Assembly. So the Prime Minister must be an elected member of Parliament. So he'll be appointed from that National Assembly within 7 days, but nominated, and he must belong to the largest party. After nomination, Parliament, the National Assembly, not Parliament, the National Assembly has 7 days to vote on that nominee. And the person must get the support of at least half of the members of the Assembly. So if half of the members don't vote for him, him or her, he doesn't get the position. So if he's rejected by the National Assembly, the party then has the duty to nominate someone to be the Prime Minister. If this person again is rejected by the National Assembly, then it reverts back to the President, this time to nominate someone who shall not go through parliamentary approval. So it's a three-step process to receive that. The Prime Minister can be dismissed by the President and can also be impeached by the National Assembly. The Deputy Prime Ministers will be appointed from the Cabinet Ministers, and they'll be appointed by the President, and they are not subject to parliamentary vetting or approval. So he appoints them and they take up that role. Now, my question is, you've already been appointed a Cabinet Minister. Why do you have to be promoted to a Deputy Prime Minister as well? Do we really need these Deputy Prime Ministers? Just a thought. The role of the Deputy Prime Minister is to deputize the Prime Minister. So how on kazi to deputize the Prime Minister? I don't know. So then the Deputy Prime Minister can lose his seat if he ceases to be a Cabinet Minister or ceases to be a Member of Parliament. Because a Cabinet Minister can also be picked from Parliament. So you can find a Deputy Prime Minister who is a Member of Parliament, a Cabinet Minister, and a Deputy Prime Minister. Hey, kazi iko hii Kenya. He can be sacked by the President at any time or reassigned as a Cabinet Minister. Now, the other interesting provision there is that Cabinet will remain in office until the President-elect assumes office. So it means there'll be no vacancy because of elections. Cabinet will not be disbanded until after the elections, and that's also added in there. Now, currently, Cabinet Ministers are accountable only to the President as per the Constitution. It is now proposed that they shall be accountable both to the President and to the National Assembly. And then Deputy Cabinet Ministers are also introduced. We're going to have Deputy Cabinet Ministers, and the President can appoint between 14 to 22 Deputy Cabinet Ministers. They can be appointed from the National Assembly as well, and they deputize the Cabinet Minister. They're accountable to the President and the National Assembly and can be dismissed or reassigned. Now, you find now that the National Assembly is heavily infiltrated by the executive. We have Cabinet Ministers, we have Deputy Cabinet Ministers, we have Prime Ministers, Deputy Prime Ministers, all sitting in Parliament and sitting as members of Parliament and taking part in parliamentary business. We have a Prime Minister who's the leader of government business on the one side, who is in second in precedence in the National Assembly, and at the same time is a very key member of the executive. So this kind of affects the doctrine of separation of powers, which is something we strongly advocated for in the 2010 Constitution. So I'd like to hear our panelists discuss that problem, the issue of separation of powers, and whether this scenario will not water down the oversight role of the Assembly over the executive, seeing that the executive will be sitting in there with them. I don't know how that will play out. Now, the President shall appoint Secretary to Cabinet as well, permanent secretaries, and the National Assembly shall not vet the nominees. The AG is clarified. It is clarified that the AG has the same position as a Cabinet Minister. The ODPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the enhanced qualifications for appointment to this job to be equivalent to a Court of Appeal judge. Right now, it's equivalent to a High Court judge. And then the article relating to the removal and resignation of the Director of Public Prosecution is deleted so that he can be handled like other independent office holders. Currently, to remove the ODPP, you just make a complaint to the Public Service Commission. It sets up a committee to look into it, and he can go home. They want this to change. They want it to go through Parliament to set up a tribunal, hear the matter, recommend to the President for his removal. So that's what they're trying to do there. Now, when it comes to the judiciary, several proposals are made. The first proposal is the term of the Court of Appeal, the President of the Court of Appeal and the High Court Principal Judge. Right now, they can hold terms for office for 2 terms of 5 years. It's proposed to reduce this to a single term of 5 years. so that people do not develop undue influence in occupying those positions. It also proposes that election petitions terminate at the Court of Appeal. We've seen a lot of petitions going on to the Supreme Court and creating a lot of problems. So the idea here is they terminate at the Court of Appeal. Of course, we all know that the presidential petition starts and ends at the Supreme Court. So it's not the one being dealt with here. This is all other election petitions. The qualifications for the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and Supreme Court judges is proposed to increase from 15 years to 20 years so that we have somebody much more mature in the industry taking the job. The qualification for a Court of Appeal judge is proposed to increase from 10 to 15 years. The tenure of a DCJ is currently not provided in the Constitution, and it is proposed to set it as 10 years to be in line with the tenure of the Chief Justice. Now, a controversial proposal is the establishment of the Office of Judiciary Ombudsman. The Judiciary Ombudsman is supposed to be nominated by the President and approved or vetted by Parliament, by Senate. And then the Ombudsman's chief role is to receive and conduct inquiries into complaints against judicial officers. Now, I think that listening to a lot of the issues that were arising before this task force report, people felt that the judiciary is very opaque about how they deal with complaints within the judiciary. And they felt that there was need for an independent institution outside of the judiciary to also listen to complaints about judicial officers and make recommendations on what should be done to them. And the ombudsman will not be able to actually discipline them. He will listen to the complaints and make recommendations to the JSC, and he can file a motion for the removal of a judge. So there's the feeling that this interferes with the independence of the judiciary. We all had Chief Justice Maraga complaining about it. But I think the only problem here might be the fact that it's the president nominating the holder of the office. But the office in itself is not a bad idea. So probably we could move into the issue of a selection panel set up for the selection of this person going forward. But I think it's a brilliant idea so that the public can be sure that their complaints into judicial officers, because let's face it, there's a lot of corruption in the judiciary. People can buy justice in the judiciary. So there's need for some independent oversight over the judiciary. Now, they also provide that members of the Judicial Service Commission shall serve for one term of 5 years each. They've been serving for 2 terms. Then they also provide that the LSK representative on the Judicial Service Commission should not appear before any court or tribunal. Now, this again is being contested, but I think it is only fair because there's obvious conflict of interest. When I appear before a judge, who tomorrow is appearing before a disciplinary matter? I will get my orders because he's thinking, nikikosea huyu mtu kesho, I'm going home. So I think it's only proper that you step aside so that that conflict doesn't arise, and then you come back to practice thereafter. We've done the same, some of us who have worked with the judiciary. We stopped practicing until we finished our assignments and went back to practice. There's also a proposal in the amendments that the Judicial Service Commission can actually warn, reprimand, or suspend a judge. Right now, a judge can neither be warned, reprimanded, or suspended because the Constitution provides that a tribunal must be set up, and upon the tribunal making a decision, that's what happens. So when they make all these little small mistakes that do not amount to a tribunal issue, they get away with it, and the JC is unable to deal with them. So I think that amendment is also useful in improving our judiciary. Now, when it comes to counties, for counties, nominations again will be based on the number of votes and not seats. Again, precedence will be given to those who contest and get the greatest number of votes. Now, the term of the assembly, right now the term of the assembly is actually stated as 5 years, which creates problems. We saw them go to court at the end of 2017, to say that their term had not ended. So to make this clearer, I think the proposal there is that its life will expire at the general election. And this will be in tandem with the National Assembly, Senate, President, and Governor as term. They also propose that now an MCA can be recalled before the end of their term by the citizens, or is it his electorate? They can actually file for recall of an MCA. There was no provision for that in the current constitution. Then it also provides that a political party can recall a person that they nominated. So that is there. I don't know now, they recall your MCA. I think whenever they threaten to impeach a governor, there'll be retaliation by recalling, but we'll see how that plays out. Speaker Ilachi can tell us about that a lot more. And then the affirmative action clause, Article 177, is supposed to expire after the next 2 general elections. And then it provides that a CEC can be appointed from the county assembly, at least half of the CECs. I think this can be dangerous in a way. You know, there are some counties that have very few wards, especially Mashenani. You can find there only like 15. So if you take like 5 and make them CECs, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch, but again, that's something. And then it provides that the governor should consider having a person of the opposite gender. I really take issue with this word consider. What does it mean? It's not even may, just consider. You can read it. Huh? Then you say, I considered. Honestly, I have an issue with this word consider. It's neither legal nor drafting language. It has no business being in a constitution. It's okay, I'm happy it is here, but why did they just say shall? Even the word consider, okay, then they should have said me. Oh my goodness. Anyway, that's the wording there. It's also a gain for women because it's making them think around those issues. But I think we could have used stronger language. But let it go in if it does, because the next amendment to tabadilisha equation, but it's very depressing. Yani hivi tu ndio wanatuona, consideration. Anyway. Then it is also made that the governor and his deputy shall be accountable to the National County Assembly. I think this is also a new interesting provision. With the counties, this is going to be very acrimonious, I think. And then the governor may reassign or dismiss a CEC. Now, when it comes to public finance, I'm winding up. Sichoke sana. Now, public finance. Right now, money is shared to the counties on audited accounts that have been debated and passed in the National Assembly. And this means that normally we do not use the most recent audited accounts, but we use accounts of 2 years back, which therefore means that the counties get less money than the actual revenue being spent by the government in that year. So this has been captured and tried to be solved by saying that the revenue will be shared on the submitted audited accounts by the Auditor General, whether debated and passed in Parliament or not. And I think this will make our legislators look at these audited accounts much faster. The criteria for revenue sharing is expanded to include eradication of corrupt practices, attainment of social and economic rights. And then a controversial word, that money shall be divided on a 1-to-3 ratio. The county that gets the most money it means that the person in a county that gets the most money might get 3 times more than the person in the county with the lowest allocation. And I think we were trying to move to a shilling per person, equality, but this still gives us a disparate allocation of 1-to-3, a ratio of 1-to-3. And it is constitutional now. So this is very worrying, but it is there. Then the revenue to the counties is increased to 35%. The equalization fund will lapse after 30 years, not 30 days. The equalization fund was to lapse in 2020 after 20 years. No, not 2020, 2030, after 20 years, but it is now extended to lapse after 30 years. So there's an extension of the sharing of the equalization fund. Now, when you realize that there's an equalization fund, you ask yourself why the revenue allocated cannot be one-to-one. Because we have an equalization fund for where there are disparities. So anyway, I think that's why even the bill delayed in Parliament this year. They were fighting over the balance. So then CDF has been established as a constitutional provision. The Ward Development Fund is also established and must have at least 5% of the county revenue. I ask myself, where is NGAF? Will it therefore not be there now that it is not constitutional? Or is it because there are no women reps, so NGAF goes? And does that mean our women who are nominated will have no fund to be able to assist in the constituencies? Those discussions should come up as we go forward. We also have the establishment of a county assembly revenue fund. It's actually called just the revenue fund now, but it's going to be called the County Assembly Revenue Fund. And into this fund, it will be deposited all money received or raised by the county. So it will be money from the national government and money locally raised by the county. And then it can only be withdrawn with the consent of the controller of budget. Now, we've seen instances where the county revenue allocation bill takes forever to be debated and passed. And the counties suffer a lack of money or lack of budgets because the money cannot be released until the bill is passed. Now, the proposal here now is to address that. And they're proposing that counties may, with the authority of the controller of budget, withdraw up to 50% of expected revenue from the fund as they wait for the allocation bill to be cleared. And I think this will help counties a lot in terms of bridging their budgets as they wait for the assembly to complete their processes. Okay, and then public finance, the Cabinet Minister for Finance can stop transfer of funds to a state organ or a public entity where there's a serious breach of regulations. Now, currently, he cannot stop it without the authority of the National Assembly. Now it is being changed that the minister can actually stop the release and then within 30 days notify the Assembly or Senate, depending on whether it's county funds or national government funds, and then let the Assembly, the Parliament deal with it. I think this is crucial because if he has to approach Parliament first, you might find the funds released and used badly by the time he gets the authority to stop the release. So this gives the minister power, but it is also subject to abuse and I think must be really, really tempered with legislation to control how it is applied. Now, the appointment of the controller of budget will be subject to Senate approval and not the National Assembly anymore. SRC size is reduced from 14 to 7. You will see that there's a general proposal in the amendments that all commissions are reduced to 7 from 9. SRC will have power to determine rates paid to consultants and professionals hired by government, and they will have the power to harmonize salaries for all state and public officers. I can see her fighting with the Parliamentary Service Commission because they will tell her she has no power over them. The Public Service Commission, currently it is provided that the Public Service Commission shall not have control over the National Police Service, but it doesn't talk of the other national security organs, which includes our defense departments and others. So it is proposed to now say that it shall not have control over all national security organs. And I think that's only proper that they control themselves. It establishes a youth commission, and this is a great, great gain and win for the youth. Although I would have also hoped that they would have said a gender commission, made in GEC a permanent constitutional commission, because it is always under threat of being submerged back to human rights. But yeah, that is it. And the functions of the Youth Commission are to mainstream youth perspectives and to facilitate intergenerational mentorship. National security, the Prime Minister, of course, becomes a member of the National Security Council. Now, the interesting thing there is right now we have two formations of the NPS, of the National Police Service, which is the Kenya Police Service and the Administration Police Service. It is now proposed that the Directorate of Criminal Investigations become a third formation, and they will also therefore have a DIG, a Deputy Inspector General. So you can see at what level we have elevated criminal investigations to. Now, the role of the Inspector General is also outlined. Currently, he could not handle promotions, transfers, and exercise discipline over his service. This was handled by the National Police Service Commission. So this role is being taken away from the NPSC and given to the IG, which I think is proper because it's a discipline force and you cannot have non-disciplined members determining for you how to handle your service. When it comes to commissions and independent officers, as I said, they're reducing the size from 9 to 7 for all. And then they provide that recruitment for those whose terms are about to expire to begin at least 6 months before that term expires, so that there are no vacancies or gaps when one term expires. So basically, those are the proposed amendments in the draft constitutional bill. I think a lot of gains for women in there, a lot that will improve on going forward, inshallah. And the scenarios going forward for here is that we could have a peaceful, uncontested referendum. We could have a contested referendum that is still peaceful. And we could also have a contested referendum that is acrimonious. Now, when it comes to the uncontested referendum, I think from the political side, we are seeing people building bridges and agreeing. So we might have a political agreement in terms of let us all support this referendum. But the civil society have come out very, very strongly to say we are going to oppose this. So there's definitely still going to be a contested referendum. And when civil society opposes this, we will expect the government machinery to come into play. They will see a lot of them trying to be frustrated as they do this. And so there's going to be some tension definitely around that. But I'm sure civil society are alive to this and organized for this. Then there are unforeseen occurrences, just like the COVID-19. And this might just affect our timelines going forward. So those are some of the things that could build up and actually mess up the entire plan for those who have the referendum coming and going. Then the process may also take longer than expected, therefore, and this will affect even the 2022 general elections. And once the 2022 general elections is affected, the entire document might go to sleep. And with all the gains we are talking about as women, we might just find no one is interested anymore since 2022 is not coming into the focus. So very interesting there. If the boundaries are also not reviewed in time, because remember I said the referendum process can last about 8 or so months. And then the draft gives the Boundaries Review Commission 6 months after that to review the boundaries. So the 12 months window may not be met unless some exceptions are made. And if these constituencies are also not there by 2022, it will affect a lot of the political playing field. So those are things that might occur and might come up. And then there are legal challenges. I've raised some issues here that might just end up in court. And again, those may affect the whole thing. So there's a lot out there playing. There's a lot that can happen. But we await to see. These are just scenarios that we think about. So all I can say here is we have a draft that is okay to large extent. I will not tell you whether to say yes or no. My business is to tell you this is what is in the draft. make your decision wisely as a Kenyan. And yes, some of these things could be achieved without amending the Constitution, but there's no harm in amending the Constitution because it only gains ground and gives us more coverage. So basically that's what it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Victoria. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Rosalind. Excellent in-depth analysis of the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020. It's always important to get such insights, especially when it comes to a critical point like a referendum, should we get there, and making decisions from an informed point of view. A lot has been said, and we'll be discussing that in our upcoming panel discussion, looking at the changes, at least proposed changes, when it comes to the IABC and elections, the executive, judiciary, the counties, public finance, integration and shared prosperity, citizens' responsibilities, Bill of Rights, and Chapter 6. But I know a lot of the conversation in the afternoon will be around the executive and IABC elections and how that plays out for women. At this point, we want to get into a very brief tea break. Tea is being served just outside of the room for our virtual attendees. You may take tea, I guess, wherever you are. So sorry you can't join us physically, but we want to give this at least 15 minutes. So by 10:45, if we can be back here in the room, seated and ready to go. I see most of my panelists are here. And so that will give us good enough time to get through all of the issues and also good enough time for Q&A. So I will now release you for tea as we digest everything that we've been given by Rosalind. Amazing, amazing insights. And then we'll be back here at 10:45. Thank you.
I know.
Not just being said for purposes of being seen. We want to continue so we also so that we let's assume we're not being so I think I would love to, when we're doing a launch, you know, just you, we want to women candidates.
But they will have the highest American. My mother gave me it's okay. Let's take your number.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, we are really out.
And did it ever take on the legal statement?
Yes, it has. I'm trying to revamp it. We are becoming a young people. So now you say, yes, yeah. We're saying we just want to expectations every time. We just have to move on. We just have to
Sorry. Hapo nakubali. I agree with you because this thing of waiting for nominations, that's why I even say we can actually get the seats if we want at a theory.
Yes, the women. And that's what we're doing. Now my committee, we're going to watch it. I'm talking about electors will be part. Yeah, and let us be. Let us see these three elections and women yeah, so that
Even the women on the ground,
and that's it.
create our own.
Exactly.
And we need to go there and tell them this is me, and that woman is better. And I'm not an appellate.
So because we started with this one,
That even they create
actually the one on everything.
And then because some of them may not see
Imagine. It is so wrong. It is just so wrong.
Hi, my dear. You're looking good. How are you? She's looking better than when she was just
In fact, I was looking. I was
Point camera.
now that somehow are you sure?
is the problem.
Is it the problem? And now you see, you saw the tear gas.
No, me, I see a Batman.
You saw the tear gas. So now you see, if let's say you were there, she was there.
They were still yesterday.
In this house yesterday.
Why?
His friend's house. He has already taken them to Mombasa.
The Mazan, yes.
And lost them.
Seriously.
The ones who were in his house yesterday.
Yes.
They are in Mombasa now.
But they were not even. It's just looking at cases with passport.
They were 54.
But that affects
the forum.
It doesn't.
That's why he was mad.
Is it a simple majority?
It's 2/3.
They are 100. Oh my God.
panel of women who know and understand what it means to go through this political process and to hold the seats that they do. I'd like to invite them as they make their way up to the stage. We have Honorable Sabina Chege, a member of National Assembly for Murang'a County. Round of applause as she makes her way up. Also joining her is Honorable Beatrice Elachi, the former Speaker of the Nairobi County Assembly. Round of applause for her as well. We will be having Ms. Priscilla Nyokavi, Commissioner of the National Gender and Equality Commission, who will be joining us virtually a bit later on. And we do hope to have Honorable Gaboni Wamushomba, member of the National Assembly for Kiambu County and chairperson of Kiwapa. She will be joining us physically a bit later on in the program. Just a quick reminder for those of you who are joining us via Zoom, Facebook or YouTube on the CMD-Kenya pages. If you're on Zoom, you can put your questions or comments either in the comments section or in the Q&A section, and we'll be getting to those later on. Facebook, put your questions in the comments, same for YouTube as well, and we'll have the CMD-Kenya team get those out to us and of course to our panelists as we begin. A lot was said, a lot was shared by Roslyn during her session on the very many amendments to be made in the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020. But I think let's just jump to the meat of the matter. And that primarily goes to the issue of IEBC and elections. Political parties, as we know, play a critical role for both the election and nomination process when it comes to women. And the question is, before we get into what the amendment means, what it will do, is it a fair game for women when it comes to election and nominations in the political party as it is structured now? I'll begin with you, Honorable Chege.
For me, it's a yes. I am now a second-time member of parliament, and you have gone through a long journey. One of the gates of the 2010 constitution was the creation of the position of the women rep. And we have seen a lot of them. Last parliament, only 11 of us came back. The position was created, but there was nothing. We became members of parliament, we didn't have a fund, and I had somebody asking about CAF where it's going to go to. We had to come up with a legislation to create that fund for us, and that was like 3 years down the line. So by the time we were having the sunset of the other parliament, the women reps were rushing to go to the ground. And you see, you're in the same parliament with a man or woman who is a single member of a single constituency. We campaign in the entire county like a governor or a senator. Then you go to parliament, so people can understand you're in parliament, then you have no CDF, you have nothing, so that's why we were labeled flower girls. And we had to creatively come up with our fund, which even now, the GAF fund, it's 7 million per constituency, where an MP have 140 million. That means you have to be there for 20 years for you to perform what an MP can do within 1 year. So it was really unfair, and you're going around the county, our office staff, everything is equal to a member of parliament of a single constituency. But it was a good gain because some of the members of parliament went to vie for positions as senators, others went to be members of a single constituency. And we've also seen the nominations from the Senate. Though the women didn't have the voting power, they were able now to go and vie senators and members of parliament. For example, somebody like Lesuda Lesuda and Mada Wangari from Gilgil. So it was a good introduction. We have tried to battle about this third gender role in parliament. We had Duale 1, Duale 2, Duale 3, Duale 4. Remember us even wearing those white ribbons, taking the men to dance. And they would agree that they're going to support us. But when it comes to the voting time, one day I remember they walked out and went to sit at the lobby because they didn't want to be seen not supporting women or fighting women, but they did not really want to support us. So for me, having the issue of the third gender role addressed in this proposed bill, for me, it's a gain. The women reps now moving to Senate, because I would say they are moved to Senate. We have not killed the position. It's a much more influential position because now you'll be able to oversight the county. I remember my first experience when I was elected as a women rep. And I approached my governor, and they were doing women projects. I even asked for an office. And I had no role at all. Despite being elected in the whole county, I didn't have a say. So a lot of money now is going to the counties. We're going to have 35% of the national budget going to the county. So oversight, what is so important in the county? Women, our issues are water. You know, we need those basics that men sometimes don't seem to see. And so I see it as a positive and a plus for the women to have equal share and actually voting rights in the Senate. And for sure, I am very sure if we had the women voting, you know, we had this push about the revenue share. Sometimes women come out and reason better. And so I'm hoping to see a better Senate with 50-50. That's really a good plus. I know people are worried on the numbers, but why do we want to worry about the numbers when it comes to women? The assemblies are managed. We have 47 assemblies in this Republic of Kenya. But still, we are telling women, yesterday when I went to collect the signatures, I was telling the women, we are the majority. So we can still hack it and convince the women to support each other. And I think it's a wake-up call. If we are saying we do not want many nominations, let women come out and support other women. And it's also encouraging that the women are being told, if you vie, if by any chance you don't make it, you will have a chance, but we will not nominate women just from anywhere, where we had women who were actually went maybe tried governorship, tried Senate, which is a very bold step, or even tried and got a higher percentage of votes. But when it comes to nomination, you will nominate women from the blues and you leave out these ones. And I think it was really unfair for the political parties that before, where you could not have qualified to be nominated if you are vying. This time, if you vie, there's a chance. So we're not saying that anyone will just go and get 2 votes and get nominated. But if we actually vote for women, currently we have 21 members of parliament who are women. So we are hoping that with these additional numbers, we can even get to 50 or more. And having attained 50-50 in the Senate, if you look at the House of Parliament as Parliament, not as a single House of National Assembly and the Senate, we just look at Parliament as it is. Already Senate will have achieved 50-50. So the gaps will be at the National Assembly, and when you add up the numbers, I don't think we really need to nominate many people. I'm challenging women to come out and support each other, and I'm also challenging women, don't wait, go out and seek for these positions, have a proper manifesto. We fail because of very small things, because women are judged harshly. You know, how we present ourselves, how we dress, how we speak, you know, they start counting our boyfriends from the time you're in nursery school, all those petty things. And sometimes you're even, forced now even to even pose, are you married or not? But they don't ask them those questions. So women just need to be bold enough. The spaces are there. We have been given this space by the Constitution. And so it is important that we go out for those positions. Finally, on the counties. When we'll have the MCAs now getting a fund, and I'm hoping now that also that several ladies will also buy as MCAs, they will see the value of a woman. And I have seen women managing finances very well. And so if we go to the county assembly also, the issue of them become CCs, and also this either, the consider bit, it's a good one, I like it. Because we didn't have, it is shall consider. So initially we had nothing. So the only word is consider, but there's a word that starts there. We don't want to talk so much when men are listening to us. There's a word that is saying shall. So even if it's considering, there's shall. And I see it as a positive. Of course, we have governors who will pick it up, who will see as it is, and will have the aid agenda. And so this is again, can you imagine us having now 47, either women deputy governors or deputy governors, because I'm very sure this time we'll have more than 10 women to be governors. And I'm asking now, and especially the partners who to come in and support women. Sometimes you might not have the financial muscle as the men. And so it is important that when we have potential women, let's know this is a time to plan. Sometimes when we are supporting these women, we run the last minute. When we were called, now do you have t-shirts? What do you want us to do for you? You are giving me t-shirts and have no ground. So let's start training now. We do capacity building, we support, we take women to the grassroots now. Because you're not going to look for votes when it is 2 months to the election and expect to be elected. Start doing those small things, sanitary towels, the issue of mentorship, women groups. And so with the partners that are there who are actually women friendly, we can be able to propel women and manage to have so many senators as women, so many women as governors, and also as members of parliament and MCAs. And I am foreseeing a time that we might not even want to be nominated because we'll have the numbers, and maybe the men, these 15 years will be their time to be nominated. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Alachi, of course, you've heard your colleague endorse some of these amendments, but I do remember when Roslyn was making her presentation, specifically to the issue of political parties that fail to comply with the principle that no more than 2/3 of the party candidates are of the same gender will be sanctioned, and there not being a framework or something to define how that happens. What needs to be done to ensure, so we don't get into where we are now. You mentioned it, Honorable Chege, the many times you've tried to pass that principle in the National Assembly. It's been difficult. So how do we ensure that the parties stick to that?
Thank you very much. First, I think it is important to thank the women who have sat through this process. And I think Commissioner Nyakabi, Sijeni, wherever they are, and all the other women who ran through this process, that has been a very interesting process. And I think one day we need to invite Mama Leshongo to tell you how men think about women, and therefore we shall wake up and now start thinking, indeed, in this country. You might think you are a citizen, but you might be very shocked when it comes to political issues. You're a lesser citizen in terms of just agreeing on very, very basic issues that women just talk about. Having said that, I think I want to thank Roslyn, and within her presentation, yes, the issue of IEBC, the issue of political parties. And one of the things I've learned as a woman is that women, we tend to be very emotional. In this process, we don't need emotional women. Be emotional and have a place where you can go inside, you cry on Sabina's shoulder, and then when you are coming outside, you are a Kenyan leader. Because we become so emotional until you forget politics is not emotional, it's about your interests. And that is why we are being hit left, right, center. That's why you find in political parties, and I'll give you my experience. So I buy Interrogate. No. First of all, I become very emotional because I have to support my president. Wrong idea. Because you've forgotten you're a politician, it is your interest. So if I wanted to support my president, and if I knew at one point they will have a handshake, I would have just gone to the party. I was told 100 times by the people, wewe hii chama yako ni mbaya sana, toka tukuchague kwa hii chama ingine. Mimi niko na president wangu. I became emotional. You come, you fight with them, you come through a process, a political party gives you the nomination. And I want to thank the people of Dagoretti, because for them to wake up and give me 36,000, they were not joking also. We were moving.
Yes.
But then the tricks and everything that women cannot go through, that is why we need this amendment in IEBC that is very clear, that a political party shall indeed present a list of women that is 1/3 of either gender that have gone through the primaries. And therefore, there's no political party that should take me to Murang'a, knowing very well their stronghold is in Western. It is in Western where you're supposed to bring us more women.
Yes.
And IEBC has to be very clear about that. But the good thing is that in the same proposals, you find that if a political party also does not get many women who have been elected, then you lose out from the political party's fund. So the party that has more women in parliament, again, will go with the money. So there's sort of a way of managing, but it's very tricky. But since we have a registrar who is a woman, I think we are on the right track. Because Anne will not allow to give a political party that has more men money than the one that has. So it is an incentive that tells us what? That Kenyans, first of all, women, do not agree at all on this thing of nominations. Do not. In every region that the task force went, Kenyans were just tired of saying, we don't want nominations. We don't want nominations. True. The reasons are, even those who have been nominated in county assemblies, have we made Kenyans proud to believe in us? It's also a question we need to ask ourselves as women. And maybe that's why they feel very disappointed, because they will see Mama County on the ground. She has a few things. But for you, ever since you were nominated, let me give you an example. I know there are some women who have been nominated. They don't even know in which ward that made them become who they are today. They have never even gone back to those women to just say thank you. And that is the anger. That is why they came out in big numbers saying, we don't know, because they wonder. They just see in a function, so you say, I'm top up, I don't know something. I wish we removed that thing called I am top up. I think we need to also look at after you have been nominated, when you have struggled, and we are hoping it will be a very lean number, is that there's a way we just say you have been elected through the party list, this, and we come out of this, because that top up, when you get into an assembly, you're given a funny word and nothing goes through. And I believe to date, even Kisii County. That is why we have to look at these amendments as women and ask ourselves, are we resolving the challenges we've faced through the other nominations we've had? Kisii County to date, they just passed a motion and saying, no woman can ask a statement, no woman can do a motion, and no woman can vote. And nobody cared. And even the courts didn't care. After everyone rushed to court, to date, the case is still in court. So it is something we have to look at. In terms of the issue of boundaries, which I know is also a very critical issue, I agree with Rosemary. Yes, it is the mandate of IEBC. Now it is how the task force or the steering committee has been able to talk with IEBC. And I was just looking at, and I thought, maybe one of the things they have already done now, and which they looked at the mandate of IEBC, is that consultation between the interested parties. So maybe the interested parties have done their consultation and have agreed. For me now, let me come to that. One of the things we have to agree in this country, and that is why we had the fight in the Senate, is this issue of some coined it 1 shilling, 1 vote, whatever. But let me just ask. You know, you have a country where, first of all, we have protected constituencies. The BBI has made sure we continue protecting those constituencies. And we have also Kenyans crying and saying, look, I have a total number of 156,000 registered voters in the Greater North. I go to Ruiru, you have nearly 200 plus registered voters. They wake up in the morning to vote for this candidate or their MP. Then I have my colleague, again, which is not his wish, but wakes up and he's voted in by 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. And that is where, if we are talking about now equity, then that is where the rubber, now we need to start talking there. When we say during the delaminations of the first constituency we did in 2010 or with the Committee of Legality, you realize he did it based on that time the census of 2009, and so they looked at population, then births and all that. But then now we've come looking at what we received from 2009, then we must agree. And that is why in the BBI brings in a win-win. Do not go and touch the protected constituencies, but relook at this issue and now look at the counties that have populated and how do you deal with that. So as much as people will want, this is a very political agreement sort of, that don't touch. Because if you go and now start fighting this, oh, the same guys will come and say, so now let us leave it to IEBC. Open up the ones that were protected, remove, because as per the law, they're supposed to be, because you don't have the numbers. Who will allow that? So it's a very political situation that needs a lot of understanding in how each has been arrived. And I think IEBC will also look at that and realize if we now decide to do it differently, we are going to open. I know they can amend a few things, which will be good. And for me, I will not shy away to say, I will look at, for example, when you say Northeastern, and I will ask myself, a place like Wajir South, since independence, has remained Wajir South. But you go and you give Wajir East, they have 6 constituencies. That one, historically, as they say, IBC, I don't know all those things, and interest and what can be looked at. But you can't look at many, and you can't open up one, because this is a very sensitive matter. So having said that, we look at 2 things. I want to look at the issue. I agree with the ombudsman, and I think we need it. I will tell you, there are Kenyans who have gone to court 30 years, issues of land, never had justice. Lawyers have taken their money. Family goes, dies. A lawyer is your trustee. They're the ones using the money. This family, succession has taken 30 years. Yani, others have come, gone, they even don't understand what cases this was in our family and their properties. Just so we need a judicial, an ombudsman who can really come and sort out quite a number of things. And Kenyans are the ones who spoke about it. So when we look at it, we have to ask ourselves. The executive, I will just say, the issue of the Prime Minister, we are just removing majority leader name. Let's be very honest, majority leader. My leader, Duale, you've seen the power he had. That was the Prime Minister, and it's true. He ran government. The only thing now we are bringing back, which we have to also ask ourselves as Kenyans, and as we talk about corruption, I think when we amended 2010, we thought we will have killed. I think we brought more corruption when we removed ministers from this parliament, from parliament to outside. The corruption we have seen and the corruption we had in those years is so different. Why? Because you are a member of parliament for the past, first of all, you're a member of parliament. That I can question you anything in parliament. On the floor of the house, you will tell us where you are getting all these things. But you see, this other minister, who we thought was a good idea, but we realized it is so hard for him to account. It is so hard for him to be questioned. So the minute you find yourself in such a scenario, and anyway, we are talking of wage bill, now you've reduced again the wage bill. Because if you're a minister and you're from parliament, why are we paying you as a minister? We pay you the salary of the MP, and we reduce. Now I know Kenyans, because, and by the way, Kenyans are very interesting people. You might think they don't understand. You might think they don't know what they want. They really know what they want. These 5 positions, if you remember the Boma's draft, that is what Kenyans, and Kenyans at that time felt, you know, Kenyans have just this belief, is that if I see Victoria there, I'm okay. She's ours. They have that. And it is in all of us. It's embedded in us. So the 5 slots, you might think they are for just fun, but when you go to that region, you'll be so surprised how they'll be telling you. The same way we have now ministers. And you realize some places when they don't have a minister today, a CS, they are so angry. They feel bitter. They feel not represented at the executive. So we need to come and sort out that inclusivity that brought us a presidential candidate who is nullified, and then a people's president must be sorted out. Sorting it out, the only people who will let us down at that time will be parliament. And we are saying the 8 positions, starting from top to the speaker to who, must go back to the regions that we used to have, the provinces. Let us not find 2 people from one region, no. Let us put, so that Kenyans can feel now you're rebalancing the regions. That Rift Valley has someone, this one has someone, Coast has someone, in those 8 slots to the Speaker of the Senate. Then when we move now, and that is the only way we will come out of this, I don't know, it is something that we have really believed in. It's not a good culture, but that is how our Kenya is. It's unique, and we must deal with it. So that is how those positions now come in and help us to deal with that inclusivity. When you look at now the public finance, I think there are many issues, but the one that carries the day is Article 203. And I think that one sorts out the issue of Central Province saying, we can't see our majani going anywhere, we can't see our coffee, we can't see our milk. It is now there and can sort out. In Western, we can't see our sugar. I think it sorts out completely. But as women, as I finalize, I think the most important thing we need to do is to safeguard these gains, because our agenda was one. Ensure what is in 2010 is not watered down, but move forward and pick more gains to ensure. The language, I remember long before, Mother Karua taught us one thing, that you must always look at language. And because men look at big things, just slip in one thing, just one. But it changes completely how you think. And by the time you're coming now and the learned friends are dealing with it, the Nyokabis and the rest, you find that shall consider. You go to any court, but you shall consider. You shall consider. Is very. When now you look at it beyond, you realize you have achieved what all the governors had refused. So with those, I think, I hope I've answered a few, and I think I've added, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Elakshi. I think, yeah, that deserves a round of applause. And we'll delve a bit deeper. You know, you talked about safeguarding the gains so far. And some of the amendments, I know people had issues with the scrapping of the women rep from National Assembly, but then the gain of the 70 constituencies and maybe seeing some women come in there, and then the 47 senators. But let me bring in Commissioner Nyokabi just to get her thoughts on this, you know, in terms of, is this enough? Will some of these provisions and amendments that have been proposed be the remedy, be the fix that we've been looking for in ensuring that women are indeed, their presence is felt and their positions do make a difference?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victoria, and thank you for the invitation by CMD, and thank you for following the conversation. The BBI proposals take us some distance in terms of moving closer on the 2/3 gender rule. And I particularly like the Senate one, which is direct election with men and women having equal voting right, which is what we are fighting for, in terms of getting the proposals in the Constitution. On the National Assembly, we do have the 2/3 gender rule, the Duale law that we have been looking for the last 10 years, I think now brought in by the BBI constitutional bill. And we also have the other requirement that political parties that Elachi was speaking about earlier, that parties must now give tickets. So that the first instance is that women must vie. In fact, the message of BBI is that women must vie. We must put ourselves out there. We must understand the people's issues that are protected, for example, the ward fund, and go and convince people at the assembly level, MCA level, that you will indeed run the ward fund much better than any other leader, that you will run the CDF much better than any other leader, that you will run the county funds better than any other leader. So we have to campaign and we have to try and be elected in our own right. But if things don't work out well and we don't have women elected, then that is when we go to top up. Top up is a default mechanism. It is not step one. Step one is to vie. And then if we don't get the numbers, then we now go to top up. But what I want us to understand here, and I'm happy that CMD is picking it up, is that a lot of statutory laws must now come and give meat and come and unpack and come and give even clearer directions to political parties in terms of how these matters are going to be addressed by statutory law. Constitution is a place of principles, so we still have a lot of work on some of the matters that we want to see implemented through statutory law. So our work with the BBI has only just begun. For example, on the party list question, we now should insist in statutes that the party list is county-based, so that the women of Nyanza are not taken to Central by the Jubilee, and the ODM does not bring the women of Nyanza to Central. To avoid that, we need the party list to be county-based. And that cannot be done by the constitution. That would have to be done by statute. In terms of the gubernatorial seats and also the other seats that we see women vying for, again, a lot of unpacking must be done by statute. So we still have a lot of work around statute. For the registrar of political parties, again, a lot of civic education and a lot of political education with the political parties. And for all of us women, a lot of preparation to vie for the next election. There must be a higher volume of women vying. IEBC did an analysis that showed 15,000 men vied in the 2013 election, about 1,000 were elected. So it meant that men had 15% chance of being elected. 1,000 women vied, 14% were elected. So it actually showed that the chance of a man and a woman to be elected is almost equal. But then many more men vie than women. So even for women, in the last election, 2017 election, only 131 women vied for constituency seats. So that we did not even have enough women for the 290 constituencies. We must now have women vie in all the 360 constituencies so that we increase the chances of women being elected. And once that happens, you might not even need to top up. The decision has gone back to Kenyans. You elect women, we don't pay. You don't elect women, that is the only time that we pay. And then now we go to the debate on quality. When these women come to parliament, and that is where friends like Sabina come in, when you are the chair of health, when you are the chair of education, when you are the chair of finance, like our friend Gladys Wanga, what are the affirmative action measures? Where is the credit guarantee for women in business? Where is the credit guarantee for women small-scale farmers? Where is the water? Like the women who are going to Senate, it will be unforgivable to now have a formula that does not have a percentage for water. We must put a percentage for water in the fund that will be shared by counties, so that when women come onto the table, we then can answer the question of quality. But we could not answer quality before numbers. BBI has answered the numbers, now we can go on to the debate of quality. And that is why even for the nomination, it is the best loser principle, that you had come out, you had tried to be elected, you did not get the votes, but you still are a woman leader who can come to the house and articulate the women and people's agendas. The youth are very, very angry, as you would know. So the questions of young people, where are the mechanisms that are going to resolve unemployment in our country? That youth commission that is in the BBI, will it receive funding? Remember, funding is a parliamentary question. If the youth commission comes and doesn't get money, it will not be able to do, just like the gender commission is there and doesn't have money. So if we have a youth commission that doesn't have money, again, we will not be able to answer the questions. So once we come on, and we are hoping to really convince Kenyans that women are good leaders. And once they see the performance in Senate, by the time we are going to the second and third election, it is now good leaders that will win. Whether those good leaders are men or women, it will now no longer matter. The gender will not be a question. What will be in question is the value of what you're having to do. So thank you to CMD, thank you to all the panelists. And I know many people are still very skeptical of the BBI, but for the women's agenda, because you have to find a reason to support the BBI. Those of us in the women's agenda have found the women gains as an entry point onto the BBI. So kindly look at the measures that have been proposed, look at what appeals to you. For me, the World Fund also appeals to me in the sense of Article 43 rights, that now we can do health, we can do education, we can do water at the world level. If there are matters that appeal to you, it is a law of average. If on average, the country is better with BBI, then you vote for the BBI. But the conversations are definitely not over at this point in time. The conversation must continue. And this is only the beginning point of the conversation. And we women are happy that the gender bridge has been built. We were at risk of community bridges being built and the gender, youth, and persons with disability being left out. But we ran very fast, gave our proposals. So now the gender bridge is very strong, the youth bridge is strong, and the persons with disability bridges are also strong as we seek to build a new country. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your submission. And I'm seeing a lot of concern, even as I was looking up this particular topic, individuals saying, okay, wonderful, we have the 47 senators, we'll have the 70 constituencies and whatnot. But when you look at where it really matters in terms of female presence, that's the top 5, right? How do we get women there? Presidential, deputy president, the prime minister, the 2 DPMs. Do we have any chance whatsoever to get any women in those key seats? We heard the Honorable Elachi talk about the top 8, that includes the leadership in the National Assembly. But in a practical sense, will we ever see something like that come 2022? I'll start with you, Honorable Shege.
I'll say yes, we might get there. It might take some time. We might have, we have the numbers, and we might have one of the presidential candidates selecting or appointing a woman to be the deputy president. And I'm very sure the one who will do that, we as a women will support him. We can even have the women. We have Mamangilu. She has actually gone for the top seat, so we don't even need to look at the deputy president. We have a woman, a strong woman. I think what Kabi mentioned about quality. So if we have quality women being elected in parliament, now we can even have a chance, even if it's not in the constitution, of a woman being a prime minister. It is possible. We have 2 positions of deputy prime minister. Also, we can have a chance. Currently, we have very few chairs in the National Assembly. As women, we got through the handshake additional. That's when we got Honorable Wanga coming in. Initially, it was only myself and Honorable Esula Lesuda, and we had Honorable Nyamai. Now there's an additional Florence Mutua, there's an additional Honorable Wanga. And that means the numbers are coming up. So I believe if we have quality and we support women, let's first deliver the numbers. And even with our numbers, even in parliament, you can be able to negotiate and say, if you want us to support this, the position of the person who's going to be given the prime minister, we need to know how many women are we getting. But those are some of the things that we can be able to negotiate. So for me, I believe this is a good beginning. And we'll get there eventually. Initially, when the women numbers were so few, and then the women were not even given any position. Right now, even in the cabinet, I remember when we went to meet His Excellency, and he said when they went for the trip in Italy, and that the Pope himself told him he's doing very well because he had the ambassador being a lady, the minister, being a lady of foreign affairs. And so it was very interesting for him to say this one, at least there have been goodwill, and we are hoping that the goodwill also, comes in when we come to the next parliament. But just also, I think I just want to emphasize on that quality issue, because you can have numbers, but then if you don't have quality, if you don't have a woman who can be, who can fit in the shoes and actually be able to deliver, then you will not have paid anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shege. And of course, Rosalind Odede joins us now in place of Honorable Wamushomba. Thank you. I want to bring you in on that issue, Rosalind, if I may. And I saw a quote from Martha Karua on this particular issue. She said, "Beware that BBI seeks to institutionalize the position of deputy governor as the highest we can go. There is no provision that the running mates to a president be of the opposite gender, or that the president and prime minister be of the opposite gender." What's your take on this in terms of ensuring women break that ceiling, that proverbial ceiling that we're seeing as deputy governor? Can they get higher than that?
Thank you very much, Victoria. Recently, I was reading a book by Shonda, and she says one time she was called to receive a prize for breaking the glass ceiling. And she sat back and said, "Which ceiling? I didn't hear the glass shatter. I didn't get any cuts or bruises." And she goes on to talk about the fact that there were women who had walked the path before her. There were women who had laid out the grassroots work, so that by the time she came and allegedly broke the glass ceiling, she didn't realize it because they made it easy. And I can say this for Kenyan women in politics. A lot of women have walked the path ahead of us. They have broken the glass ceiling. And I see this constitution as a big gain in terms of what has been done and what is left. We've come so far, so that even if we're going to just get deputy governor for now, I think we are penetrating that ceiling and making it easier for our sisters who are going to come behind us. So let's appreciate the little gains we are getting today. and work with it towards getting even the gender balance at the presidential level. But why can't we run as president and win either? I mean, those are the questions. I mean, we are 51% of the population as women of Kenya. We can employ a strategy that voter data, it started and it can only grow better and bigger, and we can actually get to be president and not deputy governor given to us as a token in the constitution. So I want to say that yes, we are breaking the glass ceiling, but women have walked that path ahead of us. I was looking at the history of the first woman elected as, in fact, she was first elected as mayor of Kisumu town, and then she became the first MP, Grace Onyango or something like that. And it was amazing. She said she was running against a very rich Asian candidate in Kisumu town, and she beat him. That was for mayor. And then for MP, she was running against, I think, Robert Ouko, and she beat him the first time. And we all know Robert Ouko ended up becoming a very big politician. For a woman to beat someone like that in the 70s is amazing. So they've been there, they've broken the glass ceiling. And let us take this into our advantage. The consideration for deputy governor, I think, is an advantage. We appreciate it, and we're moving towards being just the president, not even the deputy president. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you so much, Rosalind. And I understand Honorable Shege wants to take leave. She has somewhere she has to be. So at any point you need to leave, Meshimiwa, you are free to. Thank you so much for your insights. But Honorable Elachi, what's your take on this, on the executive and women infiltrating that very powerful space?
One, I think we need to ask ourselves, and I think it is not now the women, it is our electorate. How do Kenyans look at these positions? Because I think Honorable Martha has gone out there, vied to be a presidential candidate, vied to be a president. Kenyans decided to do what they did. But the person who we will always remember is Masai Angilu. You know, because you imagine in 1997, you know, and everyone was behind her at that. And therefore, it is possible to break and enter and infiltrate. But I think the other thing we are learning is that to break these steps of governance, let me tell you, we need the women to be there. Because people now start realizing, oh, the deputy governor is there. Look at Makueni today. Kibuda has had Adelina Mao as the deputy, and she has done a lot for Makueni. If in due respect, if she comes out and wants to vie for the governor of Makueni, definitely she starts at a very high level, because Makueni people know, and they know if we vote for Angelina, what Kibuda has been doing for us will continue, because the policies are good policies, are policies that they've seen services coming to the people, are policies that have transformed Makueni. So you realize there is a package, and that is what Governor Kibuda has taught Kenyans, that it does not matter, but if you have a good deputy, you will move together. So it is, and other counties are there. Even some governors are so threatened that they fear when they have a woman deputy governor, they would rather push, because they realize this one, if she comes out doing the development of women and everything, I will have encouraged her to now come and take over. So it is something that is very doable, but it is how we package ourselves. And that is why shall consider is very critical in terms of let us have more women coming in. And by the next, after 2022, you'll see now Kenyans electing more women governors, because it's not easy. You imagine we had only 3 governors. You imagine in Bomet, I believed, in fact, I never doubted that the late Joyce Lamoso had started a fantastic foundation for Bomet in terms of just the service delivery and everything. So even when she passed on, in my mind, I said, the Bomet people will say, let us look for a woman to just be the deputy of now the governor. But what did they do? The interest of politics came in, and they could not get any other woman. And they decided, because we are moving, we need now strong people. So they had to bring in the man. Look at Kericho. I think Kericho are doing very well. And with the deputy, who has been the corporate world, today, when you look at Kikwaya and Chepkwony, I think they are doing a fantastic, and maybe what we need to do, and maybe what CMD needs to help us, can we go to the counties where we've had women deputy governors and see, especially the second-term deputies, what is happening in those counties? And let us just hear from the people. Do they like do they like when we have a woman and a male in the office? Does it help be able to see gender lens laws passing in those counties, or people thinking that yes, we need both men and women to work together? Does it change that perception? And if this is in Rift Valley, I mean, and I know in the South Rift is very conservative and it is working, then it is something that we need to tap on and help to, and as Sabina said, let us look at a strategy. Rosalind also told us in the morning, it is how we package. So for me as women, as we go for this, can we package and see what women have done? I think when Martha Karua was the member of parliament of Gishogo, and I had a privilege to be going and training in Gishogo, it was fantastic. You would walk in that constituency and feel, yes, CDF is working in Gishogo. The same way when I used to go for Ngelu, the same way I went for Beatrice Conness, the same way I went in Rift Valley. At one point, they gave us 6, Salikos K, and their constituencies. But then you realize the same electorate, there's something. Do they look at really what you do in terms of service delivery? Should be another question. What do they look at? What do they appreciate from a person? Because those are the things now, women, we must come to learn if we want to go for these positions. What is this that makes somebody to be likable? Are we very strong women until people can't reach us? Have we made barriers, you know? Because those are the small things Kenyans just remove. I say, ule hata kikombe hawezi shikia hapa, hata hawezi kunya na sisi kitu. And that alone, moves you very far from that seat. So there are things I think, not for today, that we need to sit down and tell women. There are things that Kenyans just look at, very small things. And if we learn from a few, you will find you can survive because you need an environment that comes, and then when you go to parliament, as Commissioner Priscilla says, now bring in the quality in terms of the bills. I will tell you in the Senate, I was nominated in the Senate. I was the first to bring the amendment of NYS. But did anyone remember that? No, but they've used it to date. The 5 pillars I gave them is the 5 pillars they've used to date. I think Muzalendo are the ones who gave me an award for that. But because you're a woman in Senate, you can't vote. I had to beg everyday lobbying for me to get the 37 votes. And it was just in the year of 2013, July. That is when I did them. And why did I do that? We had come from an election that was just an election. You look at young people and you realize, Kenya, we are gone. Something somewhere we did wrong. and we have young people, energetic, that we have taken to school, they have nothing, they are just there, they are wondering what to do, and we have no space to also take them. So my idea then was remove first pillar, remove young people from coast and let them go and live in Kisumu. So that they understand why in Kisumu people talk the way they are talking, their culture, and therefore, because we've come and changed our educational system that we had, where if I pass, I would go and school in Meru, and you've come from Western. And so we changed that. We decided we localized everything. And so people became so localized and protected. So when they see you coming to work in there, even in the counties today, they wonder, what are you doing here? This is our county. And so you look at the US and you think you're not, we are just like the US. Absolutely. A country like the US in Africa is Kenya, where you vote in middle and split the country. And you think racism in the US, this is now the different racism, tribalism. It's the same. And that is what we must deal with. And so there are many things that when you look at as women, if we want to vie into these positions, we will have to look at so many and repackage ourselves in a manner that helps you. Then from there, I think getting the votes, I think women know how to do that. This time round, you have to cluster those votes, cluster your ward. One thing we used to do for Kina Martha those days is we make sure there are 2 wards. Whether you like it or not, those are Martha Karua's ward. You can't get it. So that is another thing we need, because you can't get the whole place. So you must also, even those ones to be MCAs, we must come back and rethink. How do you get the 16,000 or 10 or 5 that you need? How do you just cluster that and ensure that's your vote? Thank you, Vic.
Thank you, Honorable Elachi, and it's safe to say you're one of the quality leaders that Commissioner Nyokabi was talking about, especially with your submissions while you were nominated. Let me bring in Commissioner when it comes to this executive issue. And there was a concern raised by Rosalind in her presentation that the National Assembly would be heavily infiltrated by the executive, right? And the impact of this on the doctrine of separation of powers. What are your thoughts on that? And I know you also wanted to submit, your reaction to getting more women in the executive as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just let me quickly first go to the issue of women in the executive, because indeed, it is not for lack of efforts. We fought very hard for inclusion of women in the executive. Up until the last moment, actually, we fought, we even went to the principals, we tried very much to negotiate for that. But actually, what happened at the drafting level is that we continue to have Article 27.8. Remember the appointive bodies, that elective and appointive bodies must have not more than 2/3 of either gender. So that particular clause in our constitution continues to be alive and continues to be implemented. Cabinet is just shy of 1 or 2 women so that it can be fully compliant. So that will continue. But something even better happened. The governors and deputy governors, the language of shall consider was introduced, that a governor candidate shall consider an opposite gender person for the position of the running mate or deputy governor. And what I have loved is what the women have done to interpret that. If you consider us, we shall consider you. It will be you consider us, we consider you. You don't consider us, we don't consider you. So even at presidential and deputy president level, if you want the women to consider you, there will be no choice. You have to consider us as the running mates. Otherwise, it will just be waki to consider, tunawa consider. Wakikataa kutu consider, we also don't consider them. And what it will mean is that for us women, we then prepare to be considered. All the 47 counties, we must not allow any county to have a governor candidate that does not consider a running mate who is of the opposite gender. We must make it so hard for somebody not to consider that people have to consider. And if that happens at gubernatorial levels, I can tell you at the national level, we don't even need the constitution to say it. The value of our votes as women will be such that it can no longer be ignored. We are an important voting bloc. If you need our voting bloc to vote for you, then you have to consider. So the clauses in the constitution, the governor and deputy governor, the Article 27.8, the introduction of women in the National Assembly. Remember now, the executive will be drawn from the National Assembly, that the president can appoint members of parliament as members of cabinet as well. The deputy prime ministers are supposed to be cabinet ministers. So even if those particular seats are not gendered, the fact that we have fought very hard to have women in the National Assembly means that women in the National Assembly are available for appointment to cabinet and for appointment even as deputy deputy prime ministers, because the DPMs are ministers and the ministers are from the National Assembly. That is why for us, the battle was to get women into the National Assembly. Once women are in the National Assembly, then we will automatically have women in the executive. And Article 27.8 continues to be very, very operative. We had tried to actually put direct obligations on the president when he is appointing to ensure, the way IEBC has been asked to ensure that the not more than 2/3 gender rule is done. But as happens in the nature of negotiations, you go with 100 points of negotiation, you don't get everything in. So we did not get that into the constitution, but we got the National Assembly resolved, and there is absolutely no question that there will be women in the executive in the numbers that are required. But for the women, we just will make the campaign so hard. You consider us, we consider you. You don't consider our votes important, you don't consider our leadership important, utatukuta kwa debe.
Very interesting insight there. Thank you so much, Commissioner Dukabi. In terms of the National Assembly acting as a feeder into cabinet secretaries' positions or even DPM positions, speaking of which, because I see a very spirited submission here by Roshilda in the chat section and talking about the removal of the 47 women rep seats from National Assembly. And she says, taking away the women representative seat is like taking meat from our mouth. It would have been more logical and convincing to have the 47 women seats in the Senate and retain the women rep seat. How is gender issue solved by removing 47 women representatives and replacing with 47 senators? Not all is lost, though. I fully welcome the idea of the best loser being nominated, as this will see women who presented themselves for elective posts nominated, unlike in the past when some nominations were done based on who you relate with. And before I direct this to the panel, I just want to see as a show of hands. And I remember Rosalind asked about this. Is it a good or bad idea to have the 47 women representative seats removed from National Assembly? Those who are for the removal of the 47 women representative seats. Those who are against, show of hands. Against. So majority of this room are against the removal of the 47. I want to come to my panel, Honorable Alachi, your take on this. And I'll also include Honorable Shege, who's actually for it a bit later. But go ahead, Honorable Alachi.
Well, first of all, as they say they're against, I wish they took views to say the sunset clause should be extended. Because nobody has given us a solution of the sunset clause. And it is just about. So it means we would have woken up and men would have just told us, but it is a sunset clause and therefore, imeisha hivyo. Then, so first of all, let us say, thank God they thought to make the Senate a 50-50. So that when because it's a constitution, it's just like the education one, where now we are, my MCAs are saying we want to, it is not, it is the law that I was even in Senate at that time, and we did a progression law of saying at this time it will start working. So it has started working. So I'm even wondering when they keep on saying education. I am very worried because I haven't seen anyone rushing to court to say now this progression, can we? Nobody. So it's a law. And it's not a law that now we can come and, the only way you need is an amendment again to go back to the National Assembly, do an amendment on that law. It's the same with this sunset clause. Number two, we've had our women. To be very honest, me, as Elachi, I had said, I will never vie for the women rep position. Let me be honest. Not that I was biased. But at that time I said, it's an affirmative action. It can push. And because I had an opportunity to be pushed in Senate, then I cannot go back again to another affirmative action seat. Let me leave it to another Kenyan to do it. I have to fight for this constituency. And that is what we agreed with Lesuda, with Martha, with everyone. That's how we went for those constituency seats. Why did we do that? Because we've been in the civil society fighting for women's space and affirmative action seats. But we said it's to empower a woman to do what? To lift you, you leave it, and you go. So if you have been in affirmative action, you, for 2 times, where would you say it? Where it was supposed to boost you to move to a next level. Now, Kenyans have refused. Even these ones have a sunset clause of 15 years. What is our solution? Our solution must be, we must vie for these seats and convince Kenyans to vote for us. And so first of all, we thank, we have regained, but now the 47 will be elected, have a right in Senate like our male colleagues. It is not a special house for men, but we have created it special for them. That is why when they saw, they say they have come now, you have destroyed the Senate. So when women come there, you are destroying Senate. I wish you could hear the language. Then you realize, by the way, and ask yourself, you have gone all over, vied like a senator, like a governor. But then now you're brought into a National Assembly. In this National Assembly, it is Nyokabi, Wanga, Kajuju, Commissioner Kajuju, who really fought to get the affirmative action fund. By the time they're getting, you are in a house, and I'm not hearing anyone now complaining again. How come we are not complaining that why should I be in a National Assembly where a constituency is being given 100 million, but me, I'm given 7 million to take to a constituency? And you tell me we are equal in that house? Then I can't sit even in those positions. Yet you are given these positions as if it is a tokenism. That is why there were very, very few. So there's something that even then, it's only that they cannot tell us because they are there, need to tell us what is this that you needed to have pushed. Fine, if we retain the 47 in the National Assembly, can we bring it to the level of where these other, because I am moving into how many constituencies? Why would you give me 7 million? Why can't you then give me at least 20 or 25 million for every constituency? So that I can also go and do the same one. But still, with the 7 million, they've been able to prove you can do something, isn't it? So for me, quality, go in the Senate and fight for GAF to come in the Senate. That should be our agenda. That first step in the Senate, then ask, where did GAF go? Can it move with us? If we have women who are thinking that way, then we are okay. They will still have the fund there. Because even this other one, it was not the men, it was women who fought, who even went to court to get this fund. So it's a fund already entrenched. The most important thing the Assembly should do is through legislation and move it to the Senate. It will even help, we will have helped the male senators who have been fighting for oversight, and the National Assembly has always refused to give them. At least the women are coming there, they'll help them to get, because when it gets there, it no longer becomes a women's fund, it becomes the Senate fund, and it is taken care, it takes care of all senators. So it is something that I believe it will be done through legislation and help. So for me, first, 50-50 in Senate, very important, that you can, and anyway, how would you be giving counties 300 plus? I think it is time senators should remove money for their oversight role, but do it in the right way. I know the problem has been the way they wanted to put it. Just do it in the right way and have the oversight fund to oversight the functions that you have taken to counties and the money you have distributed to counties. So let us not run away. The same way the woman rep vied is the same way she's going to vie for Senate. Because she goes through the whole county, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same way. And she feels more stronger as a woman who has gone through, if it's 6, 12 counties, and I'm sitting with my colleague. So there is no preference when you go. Do you know when we go for meetings? So you start with the governor. The next most important person is called the senator. Yeah. So, and then the MC is the owner of the constituency where you are. So yes, that is how it happens. In fact, you even wonder how, and that is how everything has been arranged. Naturally, the men just decided we are the ones, we are the senators. So anyway, if you don't have a strong woman who comes out and just says, leave this rubbish, comes and sits, trust me, that is how it has been arranged in those counties. So where we have our good women who are just working and doing and respecting, because we have to respect you're an African woman, yeah. So the MC, who stands, the constituency member is the MC. He will call the senator, or start now with the last, then come to our woman rep, then move now until now you see the protocols, how they are. So those are the protocols we're going to bring. Because if you say senators, we are both. You come, senator, whoever speaks first, speaks second, speaks. Yeah. And now we respect that protocol. So me, I think for dignity and respect on how we look at all the positions we give women, the BBI helps us to bring back that dignity. The BBI helps us to ensure that if I am vying in 12 constituencies, then respect me as any other, the way you are respecting the governor and the way you respect the senator, I get that respect. If it is in the National Assembly, since we are going to constituencies, then let it just be constituencies. That is what happens in the US. Congress is Congress, but Senate, I always say, it's only that Kenyans should, I don't know why even now in BBI, we have not looked at it. Senate is your source, that when the country is in heat, chai imekuwa moto, the source will cool it. That is the Senate. It has to bring the country to normalcy whenever we have gone overboard. It has to help us. It has to have those powers. So it's not just a house where people think it's just a house. When you look at what happens in the US, the many things that Trump went through, it was the Senate that cooled down the US like this. So I don't know why we are so unique in our country that we just kill institutions the way they are supposed to be, but that is how it's supposed to be. So if you want to go in that house, you go. But anyway, it is, and then the issue of, okay, fine, the executive, you know, as I said in the beginning, during the times the ministers were in the National Assembly, you would wonder, because the other members will not want you to do. I cannot ask you, I'll give you an example. I've been a speaker of a national, of the county assembly. Just asking a CEC to answer a question, to come and do it, you take 3 weeks. And this was an emergency. I mean, now, same in the National Assembly. Just asking a CS the issues of health of COVID-19, you take time, money is lost, but if you're in the house, we are removing you. So you can't joke with Kenyans, first of all, because you lose that seat. We will just, the members will just tell you, you can't be our minister. In 48 hours, we need an answer, and you need to be on the ground where it happened. But you imagine today, if you want to see disasters that we just, you know, we blindly kill. Look at the disaster that happened in Nakuru. How many people were killed by that dam? You want to tell me the minister, if he was in the House, in the National Assembly, today that report will be just like that? Who would have had answers? Who would have known where the Muindi is today? But because it is just, you are looking for the minister, then the member is that side, there's nothing. That is how we've joked with lives in Nakuru County that was swept by a dam. And today, we forgot. But if it was in the House, the opposition leader would be questioning this government. I mean, we just lost somewhere completely as Kenyans. And we brought in something else that forgets that it is Mwananchi that has voted this government in, and that is why you're in that position. And therefore, you must be accountable to the citizens. So for me, that thing of the dam today, I look at it and I say, hey, we need a lot of prayers. There's some things we do, and we just say, it just goes under the carpet. But it's for people, families. Nobody has, today, nobody's even asking a report to say, so how have they recovered? Where are the other families? What? Nobody. Maybe even we are waiting for another disaster because of not asking, the guy just went and started another dam. Who knows? So there are things that this, by the way, there's been a disconnect between the CSS and Wananchi and what you see that needs to happen. And for me, that is why I would say, take it back to Parliament. You task, you grill when Kenyans are seeing why you grill.
Thank you, Honorable Elachi. I think at this point, in the interest of time, let's open up to questions. And hand has gone up very quickly. Can we keep the comments or questions very, very tight so we can get as many people contributing? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. My name is Honorable Nancy Abisai, formerly of East Africa Legislative Assembly. One, I want to thank Rosalind for that very good presentation. And sorry, Vicky, I just have to say this. I've listened to a lot of people making presentations on the BBI, but the synopsis of that Rosalind gave is very articulate and it cuts across. So thank you very much, Rosalind. That was excellent. Secondly, I want to also bring in some of the issues that Commissioner Nyokabi raised, which are very technical, and I think we need to look at them. She has also been very vocal in just trying to talk to women about what the BBI presents. One, after Rosalind already brought out the very clear scenario within the BBI, which as women, although she says she cannot ask people to support or not to support now, but of course I understand, but from a political perspective, please listen to Honorable Elachi and Honorable Chege. I think it's just good for women to think about supporting the BBI because of the obvious gains that we have made. However, we need to be so clear on this one. Just the way we were able to get these provisions within BBI, we must start to think now, even as we say, let us vote for the BBI, let's start thinking about how we are going to get parties to deal with the issue of presenting the lists. We need to come up as women, and she said that we need to start thinking about the strategies of how we move this agenda forward. Otherwise, we are still going to go back, to the same issue of nominations because we will have not met the quota. If I look at it also critically, and process is as important as content. And sometimes the history defines who we are. That's why Honorable British Elachi was trying to tell you what has happened in the past. Let me just in a minute tell you that the way we got the 47 seats for women started within the Bomas draft, where we got, and I was sitting on the tent in the legislature, and we actually fought and got the then whip of government, of parliament, Norman Nyaga. So we stayed behind, and we are the ones who asked him to go and present this on behalf of women. Now, at that time, we laid a strategy to have 74 seats for women based on districts which means every county would have had at least women represented. That would allay your fears of Wajir, having Wajir South for all these years, and then some others, 28 constituencies, not having any county, any extra seat. We would have met that threshold. Now, in the interest of time, I'll tell you this. You have raised the issue of the affirmative action seats, some women wanting to stick there forever. Rebecca Kadaga, the member of parliament for one of the seats in Busoga, she's one of the most powerful women, actually the most powerful woman in Uganda right now in terms of, politics. She still comes to parliament on an affirmative action seat. We don't want to get there, but that's what is happening. The Rwandese case, and I can tell you, I can talk very clearly about the East African agenda because we can look at it as women. The Rwandese case has brought women on board because they did what Commissioner Priscilla was saying, make the women agenda cut across so that people will just see we can't do without women. And I think right now what we need to be doing is, because if worse gets to us and we cannot get get our EBC to look at this boundaries question clearly, if there's an open window, I'm telling you that one of the things that we should be thinking about, if we just did districts, the Moi districts, if we just did the districts, we would get those 70 seats without even struggling. And that's my submission.
Fantastic, thank you. We'll come here to the front and we move to the back from there.
Thank you so much. My name is Pacific Oriental from Kanu, and also I come from Kibra constituency. Yeah, thank you so much for the moderator, and I'm trying to understand much more about the BBI and the women's position and benefits into this document. I just want to ask, as a woman, as Pacific and not as the Kanu, who has sent me today. From the nomination list, yes, I support, I'm happy that they will consider people who have attempted to vie. For me, that is a plus. But however, we have forgotten about the minors, the gender minority. Remember from the previous, the census, we had around 2,000 plus people with transgender. And as a woman, or as we women who give birth to this transgender, they are part of us, they are part of our family. When they are neglected, we also feel the pain. Is there a way that the BBI can consider them other than the physical disability or any other part? Remember, there's confidentiality. We might be having many more of transgender who did not come out, but the moment they're being recognized and realized in the society and given position, we may find many of them into position. Is there a way that they can be reconsidered in this? Another one is the appointment or the nomination of executive. Is there a way that we should consider the technocrats to be given these executive positions vis-a-vis just being somebody there or a woman? We have women who are professionals in the house. Is there a way other than somebody being appointed Minister of Health and yet he doesn't have maybe the know-how in the medical field? Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Ndanyi. I am the Executive Director of Amani National Congress Party. Yes, Elisha, I can see you are looking where I'm sitting. I'm right here. I'm the Executive Director of Amani National Congress Party. And at the same time, I am the Secretary General of Political Parties Liaison Committee. Those are two powerful positions, I must say. Now, the party list.
all women who are sitting here today belong to a certain party. It is now the responsibility of the women in these political parties to make sure that we have women sitting on key decision-making positions in the party. Because the moment we have women in those organs, like the elections board, the IDRC, then we will be sure that the women interests will be taken care of. If we have no women sitting on those decision-making organs, then women will be left out. Because now we must make sure that the women get on those party lists. So I'm just kind of encouraging the women who are here today, please, as we go back to our political parties, make sure that women are sitting on those positions. Then two, I just wanted a little clarification from Rosalind. This is the issue of the women vying, that the women who will be or might be nominated is the women who would have vied and got a good number of votes. Now, it is not very clear at what level. Is it the general elections or is it at the party primaries? It has to be very clear, because probably at the party primaries, I might vie against 4 or 5 men, and maybe I become number 2 with very high votes. So is it at party primaries or is it at general elections? We need that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the chance. My name is Lilian Anyango. I am the Women League leader at Kenya National Congress. I appreciate CMD for the chance to be here again. Thank you, Victoria. And thank you, Roslyn, again for the insights. You have done this before, and this was even put much better. My concern is on the wage bill. I think I'm foreseeing a chance where we can have one Kenyan with 4 positions. The way it is that a member of parliament can be a deputy PM, a cabinet minister, an MP, and because he or she is an MP, he can also be a member of one committee within parliament. So you can have one individual holding 4 dockets. It is insinuated in that very document that they will consider duplicity of salaries. But every time this individual will be sitting, they'll be getting money, their sitting allowances, emoluments, and all that. Isn't it that too much for the common mwananchi? Will it be too much for a Kenyan to bear, paying one individual 4 salaries, yet to be over close to 50 million?
Okay. My name is Rahab. I'm going to Buki, White Papate. I'm the neck. I'm from Nairobi County. Here I have one question that I want to ask, but this does not mean that I'm not supporting BBI, but this is a question that is being asked by so many people, and I thought it is good for me to ask here so that we can be able to understand. They are saying, what about the increased wage bill due to the expanded executive? Just for me to understand, because this is something that I'm fighting with in the community. Many people asking me, you are supporting BBI, what do you tell us about the wage bill? Because it is increased, it is going to increase because of the executive. The other thing is that I appreciate actually our speakers today, and I'm encouraged because I say that it's good that I came. I can be able also to speak to people out there and explain a better way. I'm happy that Galasi is telling us that we should have a good manifesto as women. Because many times we vie for seats in Nairobi or any other place like me, I normally vie in Nairobi, and we miss just because maybe we do not know how to give them a good manifesto. And I want to say thank you, because now, at least in 2022, God willing, we will be able to take care of our that gender. God bless you.
Thank you, Rehab. At this point, can we take it to our panelists to respond first, and then we'll do our second round. So there was a question to, well, I guess the whole panel. This was from Pacific in terms of incorporating the gender minorities. and also the question on incorporating technocrats in cabinet. So we'll begin with that, and of course, then we'll head to Margaret's submissions as well.
Thank you all for your comments, very enriching, also very useful to the conversation. I'll take the question on the wage bill, if I may. Now, the wage bill will not necessarily increase because the salaries will not be duplicated. So if you're an MP and you're appointed the Prime Minister, you continue to earn in that capacity. So we will not pay you as a Member of Parliament and then pay you as a Prime Minister. So expanding the executive, Rahab, does not actually mean we are expanding the wage bill. That's what you need to explain to them very clearly, that he will be earning as a Member of Parliament, and therefore being a Prime Minister is more of a ceremonial role that doesn't come with extra income. Although, of course, as Lillian says, there is the issue of allowances, which goes with some of these positions. I think it cannot be gainsaid that they will definitely, if there's a per diem or something to be earned, that they will earn it. But I think this is some of the perks that go with the position that you can't do much about, I believe. And I also think, yes, like you, it's not quite fair that Rosalind, I have 4 opportunities to earn this allowance, but I think sometimes some of this already happens. I mean, some of us sit on 2 or 3 boards and we are earning those allowances, so it's nothing unique in Kenya. It's already occurring. It may not be the best practice, but we could always improve on this going forward. But definitely the wage bill is not being enhanced or increasing to any amount. There was the other question that was asked to me directly. Is it the candidate at the general election or at the party primaries? It's at the general election. So you ought to participate at the general election. Now, this brings in the task of you must get your parties to make you candidates in strong constituencies. Do not allow this to throw you to the smaller areas where they think you may never get there. You must have a strategy to get ourselves elected as women. And I think if we rally together as women, as Honorable Priscilla was saying, let's say if you don't have a woman at a Sisi Hatukutaki, in that we'll be creating a woman currency and agency for women in terms of if you don't get women, then there is nothing we need to do with you. And in that way, we'll at least be elevating the status of a woman candidate in the eyes of the electorate, which is something that is missing currently. I think it's really, really sad that if you walked in the constituency, you will find women, especially the elderly women, really having more affinity for the male candidates. I do not know whether it's the money or it's just a cultural acceptance of the fact that a man is superior to a woman that makes them therefore value the male candidate. But we need to start strategizing and selling ourselves as people of character, integrity, and as leaders, so that we are not going there as women. We are going there as somebody with the capacity to deliver on what we are asking to be given the position for. So I think that's what is missing, that link of presenting ourselves to the electorate and having the electorate accept us as candidates, as formidable candidates, and not tokens that are being given nomination seats. And I think if we work well, it's the men who will be getting nominated in the near future. So I think it's possible. Nothing is impossible. A lot of us need to get out there. I think there's also the misnomer that you need a lot of money. Yes, you need money. And you must strategize around where your funds are going to come from. And you can get funds from well-wishers, your friends. If you start early and plan and get a team to help you work towards this. You need money, but you don't need a lot of money. You need a strategy. And the strategy is to gain the grassroots effect. Like Elachi said, target 2-3 wards in your constituency and work with those. Look at numbers. Actually, politics is a game of numbers. Look at the numbers. Look at the last election results. See the way, the pattern of voting and how it went, and focus on where you think you need to get your votes from. And I think the rest of it will come into play. But yeah, I think we need to work on that. I'll let Beatrice move with the rest.
Okay. With Nancy, I think, yes, I agree with Honorable Nancy that there will be need of clarity, and maybe what we can ask CMD is to see how Rosalind can help us. You know, it's always good to look at the amendments and also look at what did the Constitution propose at that time, so that when they are deleting, even you are very clear. Because I remember Commissioner Lukavi told us also, it's good to also understand the articles that are still operating, so that people don't assume that since this was done now, and this can only happen when the bill passes, is when you'll realize how it fits into the Constitution. So maybe as CMD, they can help women, we can fit it in to just understand as they delete, and how does the whole thing look like? It will really help. And which are the key articles that we must carry always, so that we remind someone, as much as you're doing this, remember the Constitution and Article 27(8) still says you have to do that. That's this. So the issue of transgender, I'll say this. You know, in our country, the Constitution is also very clear, and I saw the President really reaffirming. So let us not forget you have also the church that is very critical in some of this. So the wordings, it is best left in disability, but now it is how the minority group will just do a small memorandum, and you ensure to IEBC that we are people of this disability and we would wish to be. We are coming to say we are also Kenyans and we are many of this, and we have to get some of these disability positions. But then you'll have to make sure because the people with disability have a council, you have a card. You know, it is not just taking the disability, because I think that is another place where many people, they have their council, and so there are many things that are looked at before that persons with disability is picked. But I know if you go and also get the card and everything, it has to work, because that's a disability. It was not your wish to be born that way. So I think it's something that, but wordings are very critical in our country, especially for us Christians and all that. So yeah. I think for Margaret, yes, it's the general election. Let me just say this, because I don't want to be. Let us not try and say you want to attempt primaries. You go for this. If you are going for a seat, go for a seat. Go for a seat. But the party also has some strength, Margaret. So in the end, the party can even decide. Margaret has been our CEO. Has worked so hard for the party. They will put her name. You can't say no. They will tell you, and they can quantify the time she has used to work for that party and everything. And even the party will say, we want her to be nominated. You can't say no. But it is a measure that we are putting so that also we don't misuse the way we've been misusing. So, for example, if a woman vies for governorship, and becomes number 2, and you want to tell me she won't be in the National Assembly? She has to be. I would rather stay, but she has to be. She has gone through madness of men. So you look for where you go for the highest vote. So in these nominations, I can see women are looking, don't just look constituency. You have to go where your county will give you the highest vote. Look for it. It might be the governors. They might be not many, but they will be the first priority in those nominations. Let us be very honest. Yeah, because they have taken, and she has gone to the end, not in primaries also. She has vied the way the late Mebo Muruli vied with Oparanya. That was a woman who spent her money, everything, and got votes for Jubilee in Kakamega. If this was today, and she deserves, without question. Even the people of Kakamega will say yes, she deserves. So that is what Kenyans want to see. So let us try our best, and I repeat, our best, to go with this with clear agenda that I want this seat and I have to get it. Then, and the party will decide really she would have been of value for us, and that's how. In terms of the issue, I think for Lillian, I think Rosaline answered very well. Even today, the law, you see, like these positions we have in Parliament, the law is very clear. You cannot be paid twice, even in the county assemblies. SRC is very clear. For example, if you're a majority leader, you cannot sit in the committees. You are the majority leader. The only committee you can sit in is House business, only. Because that is where, but these others, that's why you'll never find Wale in health, I don't know where. No, the same. Even me as a speaker cannot allow it. So the salaries after SRC came in, it was, and anyway, you can only also do 8 meetings in a month. That is the highest. So if you are, for example, the Prime Minister, what time do you have to go in a committee? Let me ask first of all. You don't have that time. In fact, it is only we talk when we are outside. Let me tell you, when you enter inside, even when you hear somebody telling you, I have 3 committees, that one is stealing from Kenyans, completely stealing. You cannot manage. If you are a serious committee member, you cannot manage because this committee is meeting, your committee is meeting. So if you're in the 2, there's one you'll have to give out. And that's why in Parliament, the highest I think they have is 2. So there are measures that have been put in place. In county assemblies, we misuse. But one thing I always tell county assemblies, government is an animal that is very interesting. It will come for you even in 10 years. So you, if you're just taking money and you're saying the committee nilikuwa, and SRC has said 8, and you go to 12, 15, utarudisha tu. I'm telling you, pesa ya serikali ni mzuri na ni mbaya. It just depends on the next government that comes in. Oh. You see hell coming. And you'll refund. That's the time wanakuja, your things, those things you think you had, you will remain poor, I'm telling you. So always remember, mali ya umma ni mzuri lakini usicheze. It can finish, itakuuma. I remember one time in a commission when I was waiting, the guys who are, not guys, professional and very serious Kenyans who were going to deal with Makueni when they wanted to return the county to the national government. One lady who had worked for years in government told us one thing. Serikali ni siri kali. You will run away for 60 years, but it will find you. So if all these things we do, and because we are politicians, I will do this, I will do this, one day it just comes and bites you. So me, I want to plead, if SRC has said do 8, just do the right thing, do 8. If SRC has said this is how you do it, follow. If not, you can come to pay when you're really at the down of your life, which is not very good. So I always tell Kenyans, vitu ya serikali si vitu mzuri ya kufurahia sana. Yeah. Nafurahia ile Mungu amekupa yako, lakini ya serikali don't feel very good when you misuse it because it turns around.
All right. Let's bring in Honorable Nyokabi and Honorable Shege as well to comment on that. And just a clarification on the issue of transgender and intersex. We should not confuse the two. Transgender is by choice. Someone went through surgical procedure to become either male and female and vice versa. Intersex, they had no choice. So at times we can use that terminology to sneak in other caveats. Let me bring in Honorable Commissioner Nyokabi, I beg your pardon. There was a question on you clarifying the affirmative action principles. And then also one more from Dr. Jane Rose Kaide, saying, could we understand how we will ensure that women are elected as deputy governors? Are there mechanisms in place to ensure that happens? Some parts of this country are highly patriarchal, therefore consideration is not enough. Commissioner Nyokabi.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the first question on the affirmative action principles. In fact, Article 27 that we spoke about already has the need for affirmative action principles. And you know that 2/3 is an Article 27 matter, is one of the affirmative action rules that we have towards ensuring equality of men and women. So now the party list being required to be 2/3 compliant is an affirmative action measure. And so parties are now required, as they list their candidates, to actually go and do affirmative action. It's going to be rough on parties. That particular clause took a lot of fight to get in because of what it means. Because if a party, for example, is only having 40 candidates, you know, not all parties have candidates everywhere in the country. It will mean that Wiper Party, for instance, if we were to use that as an example, buying in largely the lower eastern region with about 40 members of parliament and about 3 governors and that sort of thing. Of the 3 governors, they have to ensure one is a woman. Of the 40 candidates or 47 candidates, they have to ensure 16 are women. And so that is an affirmative action measure at that point. If you look at the seats in parliament, the women with disability have 2 guaranteed seats already in the National Assembly. The one they lost in the Senate has been replaced with the 1 more in the National Assembly. So we have 4 persons with disability coming onto the National Assembly directly from the political parties. We actually also required electoral colleges of persons with disability to elect the representative of the persons with disability to come on to the National Assembly. And not only the National Assembly, actually in all the 47 counties, we must have electoral colleges where 1 male and 1 female with disability are elected at county level to join the assembly to represent the disability as affirmative action seats. And the same for the youth. Again, 2 seats, 1 young man and 1 young woman are in the National Assembly for the matters of the youth. And the same should also be followed at all the 47 counties. So all those are affirmative action measures. So there's a lot of affirmative action measures. If you look at the document, even in economic empowerment, in administrative matters, you continue to see the running theme of affirmative action. There is a bit of a challenge on the affirmative action principles with the gender top-up, in the sense that now women with disability and young women, if people are going to go into the top-up list with the votes that they have received, but to the extent that the top-up list is only women, you are competing with women only, that still is an affirmative action measure. It's just that competition has been introduced among the women. It doesn't detract away from the affirmative action measures that we see. On the sort of other questions, and I just want to pick up a few very, very quickly and get to the one that you raised on how the deputy governors are going to go on to be elected. It's true, we say that we will have to unpack a lot of these principles within the electoral laws and the political party laws. But as it is now, a party will have 47 gubernatorial candidates. If a party like ODM or Jubilee, which are the larger parties, have 47 gubernatorial candidates, it means that they have to have 16 women within their list of gubernatorial candidates. If the 16 women are running for governor, then the running mates would have to be men because it is an opposite gender rule. If the others are running as men for the governor candidate, then they would have to pick the running mate as women. The language of shall consider, again, is just compromise language. It is because it is a negotiated process. In fact, had we not used shall consider, that particular clause would have been deleted along the processes of negotiation. It is the shall consider that has ensured it has survived up to this level. So they really must, and I like how Kiraito was putting it, They have to think long, hard, deeply about this matter of gender. It is now no longer a choice. So I know there are fears. Women would have wanted it to be very, very tight, but tightening it anymore would have led to its loss. So it is better that we have it now. And lawyers know that when it says shall, it actually doesn't leave a lot of room for scope. So we will work with it as it is, but seek to strengthen it within the statutory laws. On the technocrats, women can indeed be appointed to the executive and to cabinet without being members of parliament. We had wanted to put a 50-50 clause in the drafting, where 50% would be parliamentarians and 50% non-parliamentarians. We now don't have a number, but in fact, women with a lot of expertise, and we've seen a lot of women come into cabinet from the non-political arena. So it is true that that will still continue. I personally fought very hard against having all the ministers come from parliament, because that also would have left out women who sometimes are not able to vie, but are good leaders, as we have seen in the cabinet. So women can still be ministers, even without being parliamentarians. But all the ministers, even the ones who are not parliamentarians, will then become ex-officio members of parliament, because we want a closer distance between MPs and the ministers. And you know, like for us women in the sanitary towels matter, the budget gives 400 million for sanitary towels, which are then given to the Ministry of Education. It has been very, very difficult to follow up that matter and make sure that the sanitary towels are actually given to our girls. In only 1 year, the women reps were allowed to be patrons. That particular year, we saw a lot of sanitary towels being given out. After that, the money went back to the Ministry of Education, and we are not able to give the story of what happens to that money. So having ministers in the House is going to be very important for questions like those and understanding where government resources are being taken. The party list, I like what Roslyn has already said, in the sense that you have to vie, but we still want to open up that particular clause because of the party primaries. It is indeed true that some women lose out at the party primary with very, very high votes. So as the electoral laws are being done, we might want to look at that clause again, because it says precedence shall be given, but it does not lock out other categories of women who might even want to play a role within the party structure. So we need to see how to work with that clause. And I'm particularly worried that those who vie in the Senate, as Rosalinda is asking, they now appear to be cut out of the nomination with a top up if they run for Senate. So as the electoral laws are done, we might want to look at that clause again. The wage bill question is heavy. At the BBI, there was a clear assessment that Parliament should not exceed the 1.5% budget that it already has now. It should be reorganized within the 1.5%. And Parliament has been building. So if you remove the building, really the 1.5% should be enough money for all the parliamentarians, so that you don't have to cost Wanjiko any more money than what we have been costing so far, and reorganize the allowances within the 1.5%. The National Government Affirmative Action Fund, I'm very, very happy myself at the reception this fund has received. You know, sometimes we fight so hard, like I fought so hard for this Senate, even got branded one man, one woman. That was my nickname at BBI, at one man, one woman. Me, I just want to see one man, one woman. So even the NGAF, it branded as a name when we fought for it. I am now so happy that the women are really fighting hard for this money. So the proposal is that the women senators be designated as patrons of this fund. Remember, it is an affirmative action fund for the women, youth, and persons with disability groups. So it is not really the money that belongs to the women rep. The women rep is a patron. So the woman senator can be designated as a patron, and you don't have to worry about the funds anymore. But even what we say with women, tuhame na virago vyetu. Basi kama tunaenda Senate, tuende na pesa zetu huko Senate, tusijiate huku National Assembly. But the women in the Senate, and I don't like the people who are complaining the Senate is weak. Senate has 35% of the country's resources to vote for, which is 500 billion. The women in the Senate must still vote for women economic empowerment funds within the 500 billion. Remember, GAF is only 2 billion. We want more money for women economic empowerment across our counties, which can now be done. The deputy governor should be given a portfolio, if you remember that conversation again. And then lastly, the question of electoral strategy. And I like what we are saying. It is not money that gets elected. And we women must remove money from being a factor in the elections. I personally vied without money. And women would ask me, Nyokabi, wapi leso? I would just say, tujifunge leso za roho jamani, leso za roho, you know, and I would just, you know, you just kind of find creative language around this money question. And I loved a story Mother Karua gave us when we were new candidates, that a campaign is like bringing up children. We mothers bring up children with very little resources, very little. If you give a woman 1,000 shillings and a man 1,000 shillings, you will see the 1,000 shillings for the woman. The same for the campaign, little money, but a lot of mileage. Kama kuna mali kuna nyesha, you make sure that you go there before mvua inyeshe. If you are abused, and this used to affect us a lot, if you are ever abused, Lina Jabi gave us this lesson. Ukitukanwa Mathare, usiambie watu wa Korogosho, ati nilitukanwa huko Mathare. Ukienda Korogosho umeoga uso, people don't know. Mahali ulitukanwa, unaacha hiyo matusi inakaa huko mahali ulitukanwa. And every day you are a fresh woman, giving stories on the World Fund and new things. You have if you have a husband, thank you very much. If you don't have a husband, Bwana ni Mungu, Bwana ni Yesu, Yesu ni Bwana. You know, you just become creative in the campaign and you move and you get the votes. But we need to learn the strategies. We need to learn the campaign manifestos. We are going to need to learn how to get ourselves elected. It is indeed not easy, but remember now we have backup. If we are not elected, then we will be nominated. So now we can even run with more confidence and learn from the women who've gone ahead of us. And I agree that really we must have lessons where we share the skills. I loved the lessons from Ongoro, JB Kilimo, Martha Karua. Elachi speaks about Ngilu. Elachi speaks about the lessons they had from Mother Karua. We must learn lessons from each other so that we pull each other up. Even in this BBI, some women are opposing the BBI, some women are supporting the BBI. We must show as women that we are united. We cannot, like we who are supporting the BBI, cannot abuse the women who are not supporting the BBI. We just must be sisters and sisters keepers as we move forward and show the country that indeed women's leadership is the best. And groups like CMD can continue helping us with these conversations. So for the BBI, those of us who are supporting it, tuzidi kusupport. For the sisters not supporting, we pray to convince you to cross the floor and join us on this side. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hope you heard that applause. Your comment is certainly resonating with many women in the room and some of the men, I guess. So before we go to the second round of questions, I wonder if Honorable Shege is on the line just to make her responses. All right, so we'll come to her. Let's get a few questions. A hand up here, the lady to my right, and get a mic to her. One in the back. Right.
My name is Margaret Toini. I come from Kenya Party. I'm a member in Kenya. I'm glad to be with you here today. As most of us say, thank you for having me. First, it's just to say, I would really, on behalf of women on the ground or at the grassroots, that we maintain ombudsman where it is, without any changes. Because like me, I've been a beneficiary. I had a case. When I won the case, my file went missing. And as I was in the court, I read on the wall that in case of any problem, you reach ombudsman. I traveled. Within one day, my file was found. So with that experience, I request that it goes down, that ombudsman be the way it is. Any corrupt magistrates, the DCI can handle their cases. Back to my own, I want to ask a question. As all being citizens of Kenya, we are the taxpayers. My first question is, who is sponsoring BBI? Two, So far, so good where we have reached. If you can't beat them, join them. We struggled with the two-third gender. I am the drafter of the two-third gender bill. The Dual Bill 1 and the Dual Bill 2, I drafted them. Those two bills, articles that are being mentioned, I did not mention like that. I mentioned people living with disabilities and the youth must be considered. In the next bill, which I petitioned the parliament, after they refused is when the article gave me authority to ask the CJ to do the necessary. When he replied in the negative, I told him, you are not being fair to women gender. So we also replied, I thank you people who walked the journey, who are cheering, who said, yes, we must fight. And indeed the fight came with dissolutioning the parliament. Here we have the book. This lady can carry it up. You all see. Having said that, I want to find out, is there any article that is subordinate to the other? Because we were asking 81B that either gender should not be more than 2/3 in the parliament. But what has been enacted or legislated, whichever the legal language is, it's Article 100 that actually takes all people living with disabilities from marginalized areas, the youth. So I'm wondering, are we women marginalized? No. Another question comes on revenue. That 5% is a national allocation to counties, it's a ruse, it's a hoax, it's a fiscal impossibility. It will not be implemented, not in any time soon. Why? KRA collects money around 1.6 billion. 900 billion goes to debts, redemption. 800 billion goes to public bills, that is salaries. 317 goes to counties. 350 to other recruitment expenses. It means we are borrowing heavily to run our 3 trillion annual budget. The national government is struggling to disperse the 317 billion, which is 15% of the national revenue, to counties. The law requires Treasury to remit money monthly as we speak. Not a single cent has been dispersed for the month of September, October, and November 2020. County government county governments are on their knees. So since 2013, National Treasury has never dispersed the amount as allocated. The Treasury has never surpassed the 300 billion in terms of actual disbursement, in spite of how much it was required. So this leaves us with, we have to work more, that there is no need to raise the achievement of that 5%, such a high amount may be a desperate in the event of the economy that is not doing well. The 15% is currently provided for as the allocation. So my take is almost 10 years it will take us to be working hard to raise the money, and which requires discipline. So on revenue matters, I wish as women who are on the ground and at the ground to think about it. Otherwise, it will backfire on us as women and mothers who really contribute over 85% of the economy of Kenya. Thank you, and I'm asking my fellow women that we consider women who have come in front, like Mother Karua, we vote for them or for her to be our anchor as the woman president. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Margaret. Let's take another question here. And then we'll come to the lady here in the front.
Amjambo wote, nitaongea Kiswahili. Si ati sijui Kizungu, lakini I feel comfortable kiongea Kiswahili. Mimi ninasema wale wote tuko hapa. Na first of all naitwa Joyce Ndinda. Mimi ni chairlady wa ANC Nairobi County. Ile kitu nikasema ya kwamba wale wengi we are here ni watu tuko politicians. Na tumeambiwa hapa tusifikirie sana mambo ya pesa, tuanze kuipanga. Lakini vile mnajua kama politicians, politics is money. Bila pesa hakuna kitu wamama watafanya. Na mnajua ya kwamba wamama in our country hawana pesa. Pesa ina belong kwa mzee ama kwa bwana. Most of the women hawana pesa. Na kuna mama pale akipenda kusimama. Na sasa vile nimesema si kama kitambo, nimetoka huko kwa sababu tuko kwa train sasa tunaenda. Lakini ile ya kitambo mimi kama mama hata sikujali. Walisema slave queens, walisema nani, lakini those are our daughters. Mimi nilisema hata kama yeye ni nani, lakini ni mwanamke, I don't mind. Kwa sababu huyo ni msichana wangu ama msichana wa my sister. Lakini wakati hii itakuwa ngumu sana unless kina mama maybe tutafutiwa a certain sort of fund. Kwa sababu kuanzia kwa nomination, na inaongea through experience, I contested for parliamentary seat in Mathare in 2013. Na nikakuja namba 4 nikapata 6,000 votes. Mimi ninajua ni pesa inatakiwa. Na bila pesa, kwanza ile vumbi inakuanga pale kwa nomination ya chama, unaijua. Mpaka mpike kwa ballot box. Unajua mwanaume atachukua ng'ombe aende ause. Akate kipande ya shamba aende ause. Wewe mama utakata shamba ya nani? Wewe mama utauza ng'ombe ya nani? Kwa hivyo mimi naona naambia nyinyi wale ambao mko hapa mbele, naona kina mama ni kama tumekatwa miguu kidogo. Kwa sababu wamama wengi, wacha wale wako na hii na hii, kuna wachache wako na hii na hii. Ninafikiri mnaelewa what I'm trying to say. Wamama wengi wale pale mashinani, wamama wengi hawataweza kuitokeza na kusimama kwa hizi viti. Kwa hivyo mimi nauliza, usaidizi utatoka wapi? Asante.
Thank you, Chairlady ANC Nairobi County on campaign financing. We'll take 2 more questions in the interest of time and head back to our panel for final submissions.
Okay, habari zenyu. Okay, kwa majina naitwa Demtila Gwala, Deputy Youth Leader for. Swali langu ni kuhusu BBI. Mwanamke yule ako pale mashinani, aelewi kizungu imeandikwa pale BBI. Ataweza je kuelewa ndio asifuate flow ya watu? Ati ni president amesema tu vote BBI, akubali kuivote. Mama mboga mwenye elewi kizungu atasaidika aje kuelewa BBI ndio ivotie? And then nimesikia mambo ya 400 million for sanitary towels. I do mentorship my community. Nagawanga sanitary towels kwa young girls. Na we requested for parts from our women representative Pasaris. Na alitupatia 2 boxes only kugawa for 700 girls. Sana shangaa nikisikia 400 million, hata nimesikia leo. Na shangaa kama inakuanga ni kitu ilipitishwa, ningependa kujua. Asanteni.
Last question.
My name is Pamela Ateka, representing Kano. It's been an interesting conversation. Thank you so much, CMD. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Rosalie. Thank you, Beatrice, and the rest. You've really enlightened us. It's been a very informative session. First, I'd like to start in a comic relief, because on counties, the governor shall consider the deputy governor to be of the opposite gender. So why are we assuming that the governor is a man? No. You know, it's just our socialization. Yani naweza nikasema ulisikia wapi? You see, in future, the Torah says that women are going to be in power. So that is good. That is a great inspiration for us. And there's a constituency that we are not looking at in thinking that the governor is a man and going forward that women are not going to run. Because, I mean, these governors have first ladies. Olisikia wapi, hawataki kurun coming 2022. So we should not overlook also the first ladies as a constituency because one, they have name recognition, they have access to resources. I mean, they can be a very big component of us. Going back, looking at the US, we saw Hillary Clinton also run. Her husband had been the president, she also ran. We've seen Michelle Obama becoming, she became even more popular than her husband during his term. As in, if she could have run, I mean, there was an opportunity that she could actually have become a president in the US. So actually, I was thinking that the first ladies are a good constituency that we can consider in terms of running for office as governors. And if they can be trained and if they're interested, that's a plan. Okay, coming to the BBI proposals. BBI, I believe, is about inclusion and not exclusion. It's about regional balance. When it comes to the new constituencies, we've seen some counties have been excluded by in creation of others. So I was wondering what actually informed this decision, and if considering that the IEBC, it's the IEBC's mandate to review boundaries. So does this make the BBI to be unconstitutional in part or as a whole? I'm just sorry, I'm not a legal mind, just asking. So we should just be happy and as women and know ulisikia wapi that governor lazima kwe mwanaume. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come to our panel for their final responses. There was a question from Margaret, NARC Kenya, on who is sponsoring BBI, whether women can be considered a marginalized group. I guess we can call ourselves an underrepresented majority. The issue of 35% allocation to counties being realistic and feasible. Then there was the issue of campaign financing for women. Where can women get support when they go for these seats? BBI also needing to touch the wananchi on the ground, having it in Swahili and hopefully vernacular as well, so people can own this document and understand it. And a very interesting suggestion of first ladies being considered as a worthy constituency to be candidates as well. And of course, the concern on the new constituency. So we'll head to the panel. A request because of the time, if a panelist answers a question, to at least leave that as answered and move on to other questions that have not been responded to the panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will leave the ombudsman to the right person to deal with it for Margaret, but I'll come to the issue of Margaret in terms of one, whether we are marginalized. Sisi kama kina mama kwa kweli tuko marginalized ama tunaweza kujitokeza. Nyinyi wenyewe wajua, hapa ndio sasa tunaulizana maswali. Maana nyinyi wenyewe mwalia kwanza sina hela. Ndio na nyinyi wenyewe mwasema twajiweza. Unamatupatia article 100 but sisi kama kina mama baada ya miaka 50 mama Fibia sio amelia, ameanza, amezeeka, ni mama yetu sasa, ni nyanya yetu. Yeye angependa kuona swala hili la theluthi mbili limeisha. Kwanza tuanzie hapo. Tuliambiwa asubuhi na kuna wale wamefungua, wamehakikisha kuna njia tumepitia ndio tukafika mahali tuko. Wangelipenda kuona Kenya tumemaliza swala hili. Kwa hivyo kama tungeweza kupatia hawa wamama waliopigania kabisa wamama waingie bunge. Kitu kimoja tu, wacha masuala yote yako ndani ya hii BBI. Ni swala hilo la theluthi mbili tulimalize. Lisiwe swala tunalitumia mara leo tuko hivi ama mwatumia katika NGOs kukula pesa, mwadanganya hapa tunapitisha Wakenya wamama hii. Hebu tumalize swala hili tuingie swala lingine. Tuingie jinsi wamama wanaweza pata sasa hela. Swala lingine ametuliza swala hili, na ninajua ya kwamba katika bunge tunasema ya kwamba ile hela zenye zinapitishwa, kwa mfano kama ni pesa za Kenya, tunasema ya kwamba kwanza itapitishwa na zile audits zimefanywa na parliament. Kama ni audit ilifanywa last year, hiyo ndio itasema ni pesa ngapi kwanza zinaenda upande wa serikali kuu, pesa ngapi zinaenda katika serikali za county. Sasa hapa Wakenya pia mimi nataka, wajua mimi ubaya wangu, pengine hiyo ndio ubaya sijui. Ubaya wangu sipendangi kujifanya ati mzuri, ati kujifanya kupendekeza. Mimi sipendekezi, mimi hupenda kusema vilivyo. Wakenya mmewacha wanaume hapa wanakula pesa corruption. Wanaume anaondoka katika ofisi na karibu bilioni 80. Umenyamaza, hamuongei, hamupigi nduru, naona mmeanza kuipiga. Lakini ikifikia sasa, hebu kwanza tujiulize, kwa nini mtu mmoja anaweza ondoka Kenya hii na bilioni 100? In fact, wakati wa Jubilee, na mimi wa Jubilee ndio nimesikiza bilioni 100, ndio nilianza kusikia trilioni. Nikashindwa, la, tumeenda wapi sasa? Lakini tuwaziiba, lakini hatutaki kusema tuleiba. Bana sisi wote wa Kenya hapa tuko na kasoro, hata mimi tunapenda vitu vingine visio haki, tunavipenda. Lakini ukifikia vitu zingine za kupendekeza, tuanza kuongea hivi. Nataka tuwache, tuwe wazi. Kama unapigania wa Kenya, simama imara, wapiganie tumalize hii. Hii mdudu inaitwa corruption. Si corruption ya bunge. Tuseme ukweli. Mdudu ya corruption iko katika institutions za government na inamaliza Kenya, na ni lazima tutakuja siku moja tujiambie pesa yetu hii tuachezea tutairudisha vipi. Hamjaniambia revenue collection. Hamjatuelezea ile local revenue ilienda wapi? Mbona mwaitisha tu hii ya serikali? Katiba ilikuwa imesema baada ya miaka 5 counties zianze kujipangia. Kuna Mkenya amejitokeza kwenda kuuliza hiyo swali. Tumewacha Nairobi hii nawaambia leo inaweza kukupatia 72 billion a year hivi. Ukipata gavana yule anaweza kuokota kodi ya Nairobi bila kudanganya, bila kufanya hivi vitu yote tuwafanye. Lakini kwa sababu tuko hivi na biashara zetu ni hivi, tukubali kurudisha kodi mahali na stahili. Wakenya wale wanalipa kodi ni wachache sana. Wakenya wale wanafanya biashara mingi bila kulipa kodi wengi sana. Kwa hivyo waiba. Quran, Biblia yasema haramu ni haramu. Tuangalie, maana maybe ndio tualia sana tu sisi wote tumependa haramu. Ya mwisho ndio niwachie dadangu ni kwamba sisi kama kina mama, kama tunataka kusimama, tunajua hatuna pesa. Tutajifungia mahali, tujiulize rasilimali hizi. Kama CMD na kusaidia kufanya mikutano 2, 3, 4, ukumbuke hiyo ni pesa pia. So inafaa uwe umeanza kujiangalia. Ndio maana tulisema tutakaa mahali, tusiende mkutano ukalie, hatuna pesa, basi hizi vitu tupigania nini? Tunajua tunafaa kujiambia ukweli. Kama tuache tupigane kama Amerika, yule anaingia bila tu. Lakini sasa kuna zile international treaties tumekubaliana nazo. Ndio unakuta Kenya ni lazima iwe kama Tanzania, iwe kama Uganda. Maana ni Kenya in the whole of East Africa, hata Ethiopia imetushinda, hata South Sudan imetushinda. Somalia imetushinda. Because ni protocols tulisaini. Tutengeneze. Mimi juzi nimesema katika runinga, wanaume wala wanaona kweli hii kitu haifai.
waende wachape no ya kutoa article 81, alafu tujuange Kenya ni kila mtu roho safi, unang'ang'ania, unafanya nini? Unapata. Then wamama tuache. Wale tunataka wamama wapite, tuwe na ukweli ndani yetu. Nikiuliza ni wamama wangapi hapo walipigia Martha Karua kura? Hata wale wanacheka na yeye hawakumpigia. So tusijidanganyane hapa, udanganyane. Hatutwa support. Support na wakati tunahesabu kwa debe, hatupati hiyo kura yako ikienda kwa mama. Kama tuko uwazi hapa, tukue uwazi. Na uwazi itatusaidia na kina mama tuangalie jinsi tutakavyo. Either ukitaka kupinga sisemi usipinge, lakini pinga ukijua ya kwamba unaipinga ukipatia wamama solution. Mimi nimesema ukikuja kuipinga nipatie solution. Usiniambie tu la hasha. Nipe solution ile tuna move nayo. Hiyo ndio kupinga mzuri. Asante.
Thank you, Beatrice. I think I'd like to just remind us of what you said earlier today. You said politics haitaki emotions. And I think that's where she has concluded. Tuache emotions, tufanye politics ya haki na ya maana. So I think that leaves me with just two questions to deal with. The one by Donita and by Pamela. I agree with you that indeed this document should be made accessible by translating it into languages that can be understood across the board. And I think Priscilla is here, she's listening in. She's part of the technical working group, she can look into this. Pamela, you raised a very interesting concept, the one of looking at the First Ladies as a possible constituency for taking up the governor's slots. And very, very valid point there, because First Ladies actually have a position and office that they have taken up that actually gives them the space to be able to engage the county effectively. So I suppose that's a strategy we need to look at and consider, and thank you for bringing it up. I think that's very, very valid. On the issue of division of the constituencies as was done, they relied basically on the last census and using population quota. This is used to decide on this division. So it's basically population quota. They've looked at the last census, and therefore counties with greater numbers have been delineated for subdivision into smaller constituencies. I think we've answered all those. Victoria, I think we've tackled all that. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Before I go to Commissioner Nyokabi, we have just been joined by one of our panelists, Honorable Gathoni Wamushomba, Member of National Assembly, Kiambu County, and Chairperson of KEWOPA. Thank you so much for joining us, Mheshimiwa. I just want to get your take and thoughts in regard to the BBI report, and of course the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020. I'm not sure if you would want to touch on specific amendments, but just to get your thoughts on this as we wrap up the meeting, but it would be good to get your insights on this.
Thank you, Victoria, and my colleagues, panelists, honorable members in the House, honorable ladies in the House. My sincere apologies because I'm late, completely late. It was not intentional. I was supposed to be part of a meeting of some of the BPI processes that we are organizing. And the person who was supposed to chair the meeting got an emergency, has just lost actually one of the staff members who was supposed to be part of that meeting. Yes, through a road accident. So I was forced to chair the meeting. I'm sorry, because I could not leave. My sincere apologies. Unfortunately, I've not been following your discussion online because, of course, I was chairing another meeting. But just like Victoria has requested me to just give my opinion on the proposed bill, the BBI proposed bill 2020, on issues to do with inclusivity, women inclusivity in leadership. I think for me as a chair of KEWOPA, I am one of those that are very excited because we have some gains that we are celebrating as women. First of all, I'm sure maybe you have discussed that for the first time, we are going to have 100% gender parity Senate, which is going to be 50-50.
And I think that to us is a gain, because we are no longer going to have top-ups and struggles for the Senate. Now for the National Assembly, that is where the bone of contention has been, because of course we have no guarantee that you're going to have 100% gender compliance. But I am happy to see that Madam Priscilla Nyokabi is on the line, our gender commissioner, and she has been part and parcel of the women movement that has been moving from one office to the other, lobbying to make sure that we have what you're calling post-election top-ups. Post-election top-ups is what we commonly call nominations after elections. And the most exciting part of that is that every party will be compelled through the law, and I am hoping that the members of parliament who are present are going to support the amendments that we are going to bring to the floor of the House to make sure that the political parties bill is amended to make sure that every political party will provide a gender parity list after the party primaries. That will ensure that majority of the women are going to be included in that party list, and therefore increases the possibility of possible election of women. Should that not give us the threshold that we require, the post-election top-ups are going to consider the women who had highest number of votes in the respective areas. That is to mean, if my sister here from Wiper vies for a seat in one of the constituency like Kibwezi, and she's number 2 and gets 300,000 votes, and somebody else from Garissa vies using Wiper and gets 70,000 votes and becomes number 2, she who had 300,000 votes will be given the first priority. Ladies, I think that's a gain for us. It's really, really good for the women who have been active in politics. It will not kill our motivations like it has done in the past. And it will also remove tokenism in politics. And tokenism has always misled the politics, especially the politics of women in Kenya. Last but not least, I'm sure there were women here from Parliament who gave you maybe their political story, how they have been fought, how they have been physically molested and assaulted. And I think His Excellency the President was one of the proponents of an amendment to make sure that perpetrators of physical violence during election are given a more aggregated punishment. And that is something that His Excellency the President has been very passionate. You know very well, he has visited many women in hospital beds after elections or during elections, women who have been sexually assaulted, physically assaulted, and I think that is something that is really a gain for the women. Now, no one will use physical violence to discourage you to compete with him, because he knows the punishment have now been given more serious attention than in the past. And I think that to us, that is a gain. Ladies, I hope to see majority of you in the next parliament, because now you have no reason, no excuse to vie for MCA seats, women senator seats, MP seats. And seats have been increased, by the way. I know Wanjiko is not very happy with that, because you know Wanjiko does not understand that when the seats are increased in the National Assembly, there actually is an avenue for bringing more money to Wanjiko. But Wanjiko is looking at how much salaries Gabon is going to be paid, how much salary Beatrice is going to be paid, and many others. But for you as women, the more the seats, the higher the possibility and probability of women getting those seats. And because we have sustained a very serious war, very serious narrative. By the way, the last time His Excellency the President and his co-principal Raila Odinga called women to State House, I'm happy Beatrice was one of those who were invited in State House. Amongst the issues of contention, the first agenda was women issue. That is to mean we have been a thorn in the flesh to these people, and therefore they will never ignore us again. Meaning that when it comes to issues of gender, women balancing executive appointments and such like positions, women will never be ignored. Well done, ladies, because you have sustained the war, you have sustained the narrative, and you're not going to look back. You're only going to press forward. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry again for coming late and hoping that I have added a little value to your conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Wamushomba, for your time and presence as well. It means quite a lot. And I want to give the last final comment to Commissioner Nyokabi. A question here, if you can respond, Commissioner. There's a lady, Sonia McKenna, and I've seen that you've also responded to many of the questions in the chat section. Thank you for that. Sonia McKenna asking, how are Kenyans getting or going to gain, rather, from the BBI? And another here from Facebook, Dory D asking, the BBI proposes a third of either gender to appear on the party list, and it will be used in dispersing the political party funds to political parties that have complied. This means that the BBI is silently bringing in the issue of PPF that is not being talked about. What's the panelist view on the issue of PPF, bearing in mind that we currently have 71 political parties and the number is likely to rise? Since if the care is not taken even after BBI, PPF will still benefit two parties. If you can respond to those two as you make your final remarks, Commissioner Nyokabi.
Thank you very much. I think on the two questions that you raised, one is on the Kenyans' gains. It is true the gains of Kenyans are many. I particularly celebrate myself Article 43 rights, the health, the water, housing, education, food and social security. So those Article 43 rights are now priority funding, and every budget must show what it has done on those rights. And the president every year must address the nation on those rights. That's going to really, really be important for us as women. You know, the issues of water and the connectivity of water in our households, and not just for us in Nairobi, because again, we get accused that this women agenda sometimes is just an agenda for elite women. It is actually not. Many of our women are still fetching water with their backs. Many of our women are still fetching water with donkeys and with camels. And so having a very, very clear focus on delivery of those rights is very, very important. So that has gone through, which is good for Kenyans. Again, the funds, especially the ward fund, the money coming right to your ward, that also is very, very important for Kenyans. And we're going to get a lot of write-ups just showing what are the rights, what are the gains for Kenyans in the constitutional bill. But in the wider BBI, we have a write-up on the women gains, even matters of family, parental responsibility, teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence. All those are very, very important matters for women. And so those documents will be coming to you very shortly. I'm hoping that CMD will keep the network of women leaders that have attended this session. And so the documents can be shared even through yourself, Badiri. Luckily, you are a very active social media person. So a lot of these documents can even be shared on social media as well. On the party lists and the political parties fund, it is true that some part of the fund will now be shared based on the number of women elected on a party ticket. So that is to encourage parties to give women tickets and to give the young people and the persons with disability as well tickets. So even though we have 71 parties, the fund will be shared to those that women have been elected on their party tickets. If it was the current parliament, parties like Jubilee that have women elected on their tickets, parties like ODM that have women elected on their ticket would then get more funding. Remember that Muranga, Nakuru and Homa Bay already have the required representation of women, even as we have now in the current system. So it is just to encourage parties to really, really take this matter of women seriously and to share a certain percentage of the political parties' funds based on the number of women elected on your ticket. And we now just didn't want them to give tickets. It is now results. How many have been elected on the number, how many women have been elected on your party ticket? The registrar of political parties, again, being very grateful that some of these very high positions are given to women. So it has been very good to see the registrar of political parties. It's a bit sad we don't have women in the IBC, but we are hoping that as commissioners, as new commissioners come in, women commissioners will also be part of the IBC so that we can continue these conversations like the ones that we have here. And there's a lot of law. These processes are very legalist. There are also very many regulations that have to be passed. So it is very, very important to continuously have our eye on the ball around some of the critical offices. And we really must have our eye on the ball on the IBC. On other questions, the 400 million for sanitary towels is actually included in the budget every year, but given to the Ministry of Education, because the assumption is that then the sanitary towels should go to the girls in schools. So oversight of this fund is something that the women members of parliament can do easily when the Minister of Education is in parliament. Now you have to ask a question and the question takes very long. I remember I asked in the case of Nyeri and was answered by the ministry that 23,000 girls had received the sanitary towels. I wanted to faint. I had never met even one of those girls in Nyeri, even one who just tells me I received the Ministry of Education sanitary towels. So it is very, very important that we not only get the resources, but also watch the resources and how they are then spent. And that is why women inclusion in the National Assembly is critical. I remember it is in the parliament, 11th parliament, when the women reps came, that the family laws, marriage law, matrimonial property law, and protection against domestic violence were actually enacted. And you know that age of 18 for marriage, there are many, many men who protest that. You will not believe how many men, and I see Salatho Ali and Rahima, wengine hata wanajitetea na dini, but it is not dini. There is no dini that tells you to marry a girl below 18. Hakuna dini. Hata Prophet Muhammad, alioa, our mothers in the religion, they were not under 18. So now you will be shocked at how much this age of consent for sexual conduct. Recently, judges wa Kenya wame argue that girls at 16 should be able to consent to sexual behavior. So it is important that women are in parliament. Hiyo clause ya watoto kutoolewa, hiyo ya 18 years, ilikuwa vita kuingiza kwa sheria. Ni lazima ile bunge iwe na kina mama ili sheria kama zile ziweze kupita. Sasa wakati namba za kina mama ziko juu, utakuta sheria hata zaidi zinaweza kupitishwa. Sheria za kuwazuia watoto wetu kushikwa wakati wa ngono, sheria za FGM. Ujue kwamba Kenya yetu hii bado FGM, the counties that are zero on FGM are just about 10. About 30 counties are still practicing FGM in our country. So women in parliament then begin to look at those matters. They give funding for gender-based violence. The reason we don't have shelters is because women are not enough in parliament to give the funding that is required. So wachukue masuala haya kwa mzaha. Wakati kina mama wanaongoza, na hii COVID imetuonyesha a very, very good example. Na hapa ndio nataka nimalizie. Nchi ambazo zinaongozwa na kina mama, COVID kama New Zealand, the last 1 month, nobody has died of COVID in New Zealand, kwa sababu prime minister wao ni mama. Kama ni nchi kama Germany, kule Angela Merkel, wamepigana na vita ya COVID vizuri. Kule ambako wanaume wako, wamelemewa kabisa na COVID. Kwa hivyo, kina mama wakichaguliwa, wanapambana na masuala kama haya. Itabidi tuendelee na masuala kama haya. And I'm very, very happy that we are debating these matters in BBI. It is going to really, really help us. Na sisi wote ambao tuko hapa, our challenge is now to find where utasimama wapi. Usiangalie wewe Salatho, ward yako ni gani, wewe unasimama wapi jamani? Rahima unasimama wapi? Immaculate, kila mtu angalie mahali atasimama. Wewe tunaongea masuala haya tukitafuta viti, si kuongea tu pia sisi. Power is not given. Power is fought for. We must fight for power to make decisions that matter in our country. Thank you very much, Rubadiri. Na hata wewe Rubadiri usimame mahali. Si mambo tu na kutangaza.
Challenges come to me, but power needs to be fought indeed. Commissioner Yokabi, thank you for that spirited submission. Thank you so much to my panel. Once again, round of applause for Honorable Elashi, Honorable Mshomba, Rosino Dede, and of course, Commissioner Yokabi, and Sabina Chege. In her absence, she sent her apologies. She had to go for a World AIDS Day function in Murang'a, and she sent her apologies, but we do thank her for her submissions earlier on in the day. And that does it for this session. I'd like to have my panel take their seats as I invite Reem Chibuita once more to move a vote of thanks. We'll also hear from Veronica, CMD-Kenya, to also make some few closing remarks. One more round of applause for my panel. Thank you so much. And thank you to Christine Mora, our sign language interpreter for this session. She has been absolutely wonderful. Wita, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator Vicky Rubadiri, for steering this conversation to this far. I know my Vice Chair will be here to move the vote of thanks and close the meeting, Madam Veronica. But there are a number of issues that have been highlighted here that I want to briefly, in 1 minute, to respond to. There's need to support and analyze the new proposals in the new amendments vis-a-vis what is there in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. I think that is Senator Beatrice Elachi who proposed that, and CMD-Kenya will actually ensure that we do this so that we can give the women of this country and every other person an opportunity to access the right information on what is being proposed and what is being inserted in the new amendments. That is a very good proposal. Need to sustain the network of women. We are having a national conversation, which is very important, that we must talk. I'm happy that we started by saying that we're not here to support or oppose, but we're having a conversation, and that is exactly what we have had. We need to sustain this conversation to ensure that we have the facts, so that if you are going no or yes, it will be your democratic right to choose where you want to go. But that conversation needs to be sustained. On behalf of the CMD-Kenya Secretariat, we want to thank you so much, the panelists, for being here and staying 1 hour late, and the participants and our online participants who have really sustained the engagement throughout this forum. And I want to welcome now the Vice Chair, Madam Veronica, who will move the vote of thanks and officially close the meeting. Thank you so much. It's not sanitized.
Thank you, Rich. Good afternoon, everyone. Once more, thank you for the time you've been here. I know we are late after 1 hour, but I think what we've done, we have spoken something that did not, by the time we entered here, some of us had so many issues on the BBI proposals, and at least we are convinced. Those that were not here when I introduced myself, I am Veronica Waidera Maina. I'm a politician. And I am a business lady. I'm a contractor. I do what men do. So I think we are strong women. So from today, what I've come to learn, anytime you are asked what tribe or what constituency do you belong, say, I am a woman. Everybody? Again? Yes, because you never chose to be a woman. That is number one. Number two, we've always followed Madam Erachi, Beatrice, and I really salute you, Beatrice. I call her Madam Wanguvu. I call her Madam from the time she was thrown, I think, Pilipili, and she fought on. Has anything missed from her body? She fought on, and that's why she's Madam Wanguvu. I appreciate the women leaders we have here. Adoni Moshomba, I think I worked with her during her journey. I know what she commented about being harassed. There is a time she could not drive in her car. Madam, did I used to drive in my car? I was her driver then. And today she's a leader. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate you for your time. Madam Vicky Rubadiri, being a presenter or a moderator, she's also a pillar. I think I sometimes sleep very late, but Vicky, I always follow your program, and I admire you because sometimes you are ranked very high, even internationally, not because you are a woman, but because you are a leader. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you, and next time we wish to have you. Sabina Chege, my Maito, the Maito from Moranga. I come from Moranga, but I happen to be from Nairobi. I might be, and I am the incoming Senator Nairobi, and I'm sure I am the incoming Senator Nairobi, because I know if we have Wamama Wanguvu in this country, all these problems we are seeing cannot be. I remember there's a time Madam Gathoni came to my site in Kasarani. She realized my engineer is a lady, my site plant operator is a lady. So what do you learn from that? I promote women and I like promoting women. So most of you, can you come up? We sit down, don't talk about money. We don't need money here, but the few coins we might need, we can sit down and the God knows how we do it. We can sit down and it's not a must you go shouting to other men that you don't have pampers or you don't have, we can sit down and agree. Sawa, mama, oye. Hiya, we also thank Priscilla Nyokavi, who is online with us, the commissioner. Ata ni mama wanguvu, she has been with us and we know how she has fought. Thank you so much, Madam Priscilla. ELOG is here with us. We know how they have supported us. Ministry of Education, government appointee, thank you so much for your attendance. And also, our main promoters, they are the only men in the house, but they are allowed because they take care of gender issues, that is CMD. And for your information, do you know with CMD, during our last elections in CMD, Center for Multi-Party Democracy, they really promoted women from political parties because from wherever, some of us are even taking care of finance seats. I am in charge of finance and establishment. That is why I could fit in my party, Democratic Party of Kenya, sitting down with my former boss, who was the former President Kibaki, and I would tell him, today we are not withdrawing this amount of money because we don't need ABCD. So there's a time he mentioned that because I could not sign anything in the trash. If you tell me, Sijui, there are some things we are doing at Sijui unaccounted for. What is that unaccounted for? Even salt in the house, we account. They make us to account. So why don't we also account for that money in the parties? Thank you so much, our media personalities, because you have always been with us, you have always assisted us, you have promoted us. There is a time I could even be promoted even underground. My friends, these are our watu wa nguvu. That's why we can allow them to be inside a women affair. Nyinyi ni watu wa nguvu, and thank you so much for promoting us. We have women leaders. The women you are seated with are women leaders from political parties. We have Kano, where our chair belongs, ODM, Jubilee, ANC is also represented here, Na Kenya, Democratic Party, I'm there, Ford Kenya, Wiper, KNC, CCM, EFP, Forum, LPK, PDU, FAP, and PNU. Those are our CMD registered political parties. So thank you so much, everyone. And if I've missed you, please, I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone. And women, come close, we talk. Let us have a girl talk. Don't go shouting to the men that I want to buy and I don't have money. Why do you need money? When you got married, did you need money to get married? You just went there and things happened. So can you come to us, we sit down and things will happen. Amen? Thank you so much, everyone. Next time. I think we can now adjourn at our own pressure. Next time, we sit down and let's read the BBI. Read it, don't be told, read it. Thank you so much.
Tomorrow.